Hello. Hi. Good evening. And other types of salutations. We're having a nice Saturday night. Hello, Mr. Taco and Bombix and Harmless. Um, we're starting episode 5. Well, no, we already started episode 5, but we're starting, like, actually episode 5. Because the other one was just, like, the intro up until the opening. The cool house, the awesome harmless drawing. Thank you. Truly. So are you ready? Have you figured it all out? Have all the mysteries been solved by you? Do you know everything and are you ready for the answer arcs? Because let me tell you, the answer arcs makes zero sense until you've solved everything. You're not gonna understand a single thing if you haven't solved everything of the previous arcs. That's just how it is. It just keeps you that hard. No, that's not true. That's not true. Would be very evil if they did that. No, it is in fact the opposite. The answer arcs are there for those who still can't quite figure it out and are still missing some key pieces. So I hope you enjoy, regardless of whether you solved it or not. Let's get in there. Let's get in there. I had like a thing where I was building up towards tonight by making an image of today's episode, because you might remember that I didn't do one when we started episode 5 because I didn't want to spoil episode 5, and the only thing I could think of for the episode 5 image was a spoiler. So I finished the thing and it was like, okay, there's 10 minutes to 9, less than 10 minutes. There's no build-up. I'm just posting the image pretty much as soon as I'm streaming. But I think a lot of you saw it anyways. We might bring attention to it later or at the end of the stream. For now, we kind of need to get going because there's a lot of ground to cover before we get to the part that I really want to show off. I had to look ahead a little bit because I needed some inspiration for the image. Thank you for the follow. I didn't read anything, but I did see some broad strokes images that made me remember what's coming next. Okay, so ready? Ah, shit. I didn't change the title of the game. Normally this would mean it's a penalty game. Congratulations! Thank you. But we're not doing the penalty game tonight because it's Sumineko, and we need to take this seriously. We can't be using joke names for now. I will have to make it up to you in some other way. End of the Golden Witch. There we go. Ah, great. Well, dinner is ready, but I'm gonna go for a little bit before I go get the dinner. It's pretty good, right? I didn't make it. That one is from Happy Toaster, another another usual chatter here, and yet another artist. Yeah, this one is the end of the Golden Witch. That's the title of the thing. So this is where it ends. Also, already. I mean, we're like 40 hours in, saying already. I mean, it's been a while. It's Natsuhi, please open up. As she knocked loudly and repeatedly, Natsuhi yelled. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and the sound of the door to Kinza's study unlocking could be heard. As the door opened, the heavily sweet, venomous odor flowed out. Yeah, it's more like 60, I bet. Natsuhi was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that, even though she thought it rude to the family head. Kraus was waiting for her inside the study. Oh yeah. Oh, that's so true. It is simply called that. It is the end of the Golden Witch. Is it the end of Umineko? No. There's still 3 other episodes. Okay, so for this one, I'm gonna... Hello, Camilla. Welcome. Every once in a while, I might make some slight comments about previous episodes, because at this point, it's really hard for people to remember them. But, you know, just keep in mind. Nothing that will spoil anything, just something to consider. Kraus was waiting for her inside the study. Natsuhi flew into his arms. Oh, new sprite. His father. Did I theorize that? I sure did. I think I have pretty solid theories for all 4 by now. I think I have at least a pretty solid solution for all 4 episodes now. Let you hear some? Oh boy, well, let me think. Which one is the least spoiler one? Okay, let me think. Episode 3, I'd say. To a certain degree. So, episode 3... No, actually, episode 2 is better. I've discussed this one a lot with people who do not know the spoilers, and I haven't spoiled them on anything, and I still can discuss my theories. So episode 2 would be a good one. So episode 2, that's the one with the Halloween party, where everyone has their guts filled up with candy, and Badler theorized about the small bombs. Okay, so for episode 2, my theorized culprit is Rosa. I think Rosa did most of the murders, and she was assisted by Goda. There is some involvement from Beatrice, the piece, whoever that might be. I'm still not sure. The story hasn't mentioned anything about who Beatrice might be. It's already asking the question, but no answers yet. There is some involvement, but ultimately I don't think she's the culprit, and I don't think she's involved with Rosa's scheme either. So for the motive, we have the meeting that we see in the scene where everybody's in the chapel. They're talking. Supposedly they're meeting up with Beatrice. And everyone's acknowledging her as the real Beatrice and the Golden Witch. This scene may or may not be 100% true. And I think that's when Rosa does it. Rosa kills her siblings. All of them. And I think she does it with the same method used in the first episode, which is also my theory. Did Rosa not die at the end? Well, that happens after the game is over, doesn't it? So it doesn't really come into play at that point. Whatever happens after the game is over is irrelevant to the game itself. And that is yet another question that the story poses on you. But yeah, I think she kills her siblings with poison in that part. Just like somebody killed everyone with poison in the first Twilight of the first one. Which again, the story never says this. This is just a theory of mine, that they use poison. Because in episode 1, they're constantly talking about poison. There's like a big scene where Shannon gets scolded for not knowing what tea she was serving. And it was like, oh, Shannon, you can't do that. What if you're serving me poison? How would I know if you don't tell me what tea this is? And sound like, ugh. And I'm like, well, maybe they mentioned this poison for a reason, because there's no other clue in any of the other episodes on how they kill anybody aside from guns. And it's really hard to kill 6 people in the same room with guns, unless you yourself are 6 people or more. So it's easier to do with poison. Another reason I theorize that Rosa did it is because there's a part where when Jessica dies, everybody's like trying to confirm their own alibi. Like, okay, where was anybody? And they mention Shannon and Genji were in Kinso's room. And Rosa supposedly goes to mention the previous murders to Kinso in his room. And when she comes back, she says, oh yeah, I went to tell Kinso. And yeah, sure enough, Shannon and Genji were there, so I can confirm their alibis. They could not have killed Jessica. We now know this is a lie, because Kinso is dead. He has been dead before the game started. So that is another like points in against her. There's other minor things, but those are like 2 big ones for me. Also, the scene with the chapel, Rosa is there. The morning after, she mentions nothing about being there. Okay. So, continuing. His father... is he? Calm yourself. Dr. Nanjo is examining him now. With an uncertain gait, Natsui walked towards the center of the study, supported by Kraus. There, a dignified bed fitting for the Ushinomiya family head could be seen, along with Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa. Dr. Nanjo, his father... After sighing deeply, Nanjo left the side of the bed. On the bed, Kinso could be seen lying down, asleep. He died peacefully. Don't think Kinso-san had any regrets. Ah! Father! Father! Sobbing, Natsuhi slumped over the chest of that man, who had fallen into a sleep from which he would never awaken. Madam, please stay strong. Father! Father! This is just too sudden. Ah! Natsuhi couldn't stop crying over the death of the man whom she had loved like a second father. Kumasawa rubbed Natsuhi's back, consoling her. Proud slumped into his late father's favorite chair. By sitting there, he might have been immersed in memories of his departed father. All happy memories, I bet. Or perhaps he thought that by sitting there, he might be able to understand just a bit of the madness of Kinso's later years, which he had never been able to comprehend before. And Nanjo, just as he had when Kinso once sat in that chair, contemplating a chess move, turned his back and looked down over the outside world through a crack in the curtains. If only he took a second bed for a year or so first. I do wish he could have died during grace periods during which the proper arrangement could have been made.
It's the other way around. We should be glad that he was in high spirits until the very end.
At least that's true as far as public appearances are concerned. Nanjo understood that as well. Ushiromiya Kinso, who had risen like a comet and glittered like a supernova in the post-war business world, had died. His funeral would probably be of a fantastic scale, and it would also be the ceremony marking Krause's inheritance of the headship. He would have to arrange everything as the host of the event, carry out funeral diplomacy perfectly, and make it clear to all that the Ushiromiya family still had enormous influence in the political and financial spheres. As Nanjo watched Krause, he was vividly reminded of the time when Kinso had been suddenly selected as the Ushiromiya family head. When Kinso had been lost and confused. In this way, he was able to understand Krause's distress and sympathize with it. Natsui's sobs eventually subsided. Watching this and leaving Kumasawa to care for Natsui as a fellow woman, Genji returned to where Krause was, comrade woman. And as though asking what should be done, Genji lowered his head slightly. Genji's had enough to deal with the formalities. Krause, perhaps you should contact the relatives first. Sorry, I got the wrong person. That was Nanjo. Krause, with his hands still over his eyes, didn't respond. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come. Krause really couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached him. Leave this to Dr. Nanjo and me. Krause-san, I suggest that you first speak with Mama. Maybe she heard that, or maybe it was a coincidence. As though responding to Genji's words, Natsui came over. Her eyes were red from crying so much, but she apparently understood the heavy responsibility that had been imposed on them, even better than Krause did. Starting now, you are the head of the glorious Ushiromiya family. Let us show everyone, inside and out, that you have splendidly succeeded to your father. As your wife, I, Natsuhi, am prepared to serve you until the day our coffins are laid down alongside each other. I believe Fire Mountain mentioned this to me the other day when we were... Or maybe she put it in the chat and I forgot. When we were watching the opening for this one, the opening song, and they have like all the characters lined up, and one has like all the family members and the other half is all the servants. Natsuki was on the side of the servants. Trying to encourage her husband, who was overcome with shock, Natsuki lent him some reassuring words. When Krause finally lowered the hand that had been covering his face, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep, deep sigh. Please, stay strong. There are a great many people who will plan to devour everything Father has left behind. She is the manager of the kitchen, true. We must fight to protect Father's honor and wealth. That is the first responsibility of the Ushiromiya head. He understands. He understands. Dr. Nanjo, Genji, please take care of the legal and funeral arrangements. Especially you, Genji. I ask that you take particular care and see to it that the funeral will be fitting one for Father. Certainly. And Dr. Nanjo, Father didn't pass away in a hospital, so...
Indeed, an autopsy might be required. depending on circumstances. Can't you do something about that? Even though he has passed away, Father's body is precious. Any damage done to it would not be acceptable. I understand how you feel. However, it is also important to deal with these matters properly. And, I don't really know how to say this. Several of the relatives might have made things difficult. Yes.
Who knew how those vultures after the inheritance might try to find fault with them? They might claim to have found some reason to suspect the cause of death, using that as a point of contention to start some trouble. Right now, it was important not only to pay Kinsel's remains the respect they were due, but also to solidify the position of the new family, Kraus.
Understood. Please keep it to an absolute minimum. Make sure that Father's dignity is not damaged, even by mistake. That will be fine. Do not. In any event, leave Kinso-san to us and stay by Kraus-san's side. Things will start to get quite difficult from here on out. I understand. And you too, dear. Please stay strong.
Kraus was still staring blankly at the ceiling with a befuddled expression on his face. She understood the shock and heavy responsibility he bore. Nazi understood her husband's feelings as much as anyone.
I will contact the relatives. Please rest for the time being.
Kraus didn't respond. Nazi, thinking him to be just a bit unreliable at the moment. Just a bit unreliable at the moment. Decided she must offer her support. Seeing her husband like this actually spurred Natsuki to action, and a resolute expression rose to her face.
Things will get busy from now on. Let's start by doing whatever we can right now. I'm sure my husband wants to have some time alone with Father. We should step out for a moment. Good point. After all, this will probably be the last time he gets that chance.
Being in charge of a funeral is tiring work. There is no time to shed tears. If Kraus were ever to be given time to cry for his dead father, that time would have to be now. Everyone agreed with Kumasawa's words. Even so, Kraus continued to blankly gaze up at the ceiling and didn't respond in any way. Natsuki urged the servants to go.
I'll go talk to Jessica too. That child is now the successor to the headship. I'll make sure to tell her to be fully prepared.
Wait. As they each started to make their way out of the study, Kraus finally spoke. They stopped walking.
Yes.
Wait. Yes. Hadn't she already stopped walking, just like her husband had asked? But despite that, he told her once again to wait. From those slightly weak words, Natsuki understood that he'd probably stop her because he wanted her to be by his side.
The rest of you, downstairs. I will stay with my husband. Please call us on the phone if anything happens.
Certainly. I thought I told you to wait! When Kraus suddenly raised his voice, everyone jumped and turned around. Unable to comprehend what she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsuki ran up to him.
What's wrong, dear? Have I said something rude? If so, please forgive me.
No, that's not it. That's not it. Wait a second. Give me some time.
Yes, I understand. It's important to sort things out inside your hearts. We were just going to leave this place in silence to give you some time, okay?
And I'm telling you to wait before doing that. Listen up. No one move. Not even an inch. If you're tired, then feel free to sit in whatever chair or sofa you want. Just stay quiet and don't talk. Don't do anything. Those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinso used to be. Natsui couldn't hide her slight surprise at this behavior, which almost made it seem as though Kinso had possessed her husbands. Natsui told the servants to wait for the time being. She ordered them to sit on the sofa a short distance off, approach her husband, and spoke to him in a small voice.
If you order it, I will wait however long you want. Or more. So, please, try and calm yourself.
No, that's not it. That's not it. Was it really blood, or was he actually being possessed? Krause's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinso's. As she watched this, Natsui became certain that Krause was Kinso's son after all, and that he was the true successor, more suitable than any other person. Natsui, come here. Krause stood up and headed towards the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants, waiting on the sofa by even a small amount. Natsui realized that he must have something secret to discuss.
Yes, dear? What is it?
Father dying is bad.
But he has already passed away. We cannot turn back time.
That's not it. It's bad that it happened now.
What do you mean?
I've been putting Father's fortune up as collateral. I won't be able to hide it when the division of the inheritance comes into question.
What? A collateral, you say? How much?
You remember how I helped out home back in Melody Land?
Didn't I tell you to break ties with that person? I thought you said you refused him. Why?
There is such a thing as a man's honor. And refuse. Krause claimed to hold honor as a virtue. However, Natsui knew that he most often used this as an excuse for when he reluctantly went along with some deal he just couldn't refuse.
That wouldn't be a problem if we had plenty of money on hand. But didn't you borrow quite a lot of money for the plan to turn this island into a resort?
Yeah, I did.
And there were people here and there who lent me a hand along the way.
If I'm going to repay them, I can't just sit around on my hands. I need money to repay people. I need money to make them. Can't even get started without money. And even the plan for this island would be proceeding smoothly if only there hadn't been problems with the planning company. I made a contact with a government official in the city. I even got the governor's word this would become the newest travel destination for the metropolis. Ground where I lay was completely perfect. Random chance and bad timing were against me. It was just a bit of bad luck. Like a traffic accident.
It was no accident. It was fraud. You were tricked. They were never drawing up plans for turning this island into a resort in the first place.
That's not true. Gata's vision was simply overflowing with foresight. The ways I've always focused on the whole world and the future. I mean, the things I always believed to be mere dreams on only the tip of the iceberg of what is possible. Him could come down a tiny bit. How this? How this? Ow. And how this? Okay, well, the music needs to loop so we can tell. Please. Thank you. Yes, there we go. Okay, is that better? Can you hear me well, and can you hear the music? think it's good. Okay. Thank you.
Expand your dreams to the whole world, to the future. You heard him say that too, right?
He might as well have said to the moon at this point. Don't worry, guys. We hopefully won't have to do this for a while because I think we're out of the no subtitles territory for the next couple of streams.
Yes, I heard. And I think I remember you telling you what I thought after we returned home. I said that he was suspicious. That he only spoke of dreams and didn't have his feet planted on the ground. And that you must not have any further relations with him. He got this one as a wonderful, pleasant young. One could learn a lot from the way I can respect him despite his youth. I won't have you insulting him. That's what you said about the whole moon tourism thing. You kept saying it was visionary, that it looked to the future, that it had high aspirations, and what was the end result?
Oh my god, there really was a to the moon part.
Eventually, you yourself admitted that it was utter nonsense, right? I was sure something was wrong ever since that strange man showed up claiming to be high-ranking NASA official. Mora was nothing more than an international swindler. Both Mr. Zonizaki and I were victims in that case. Right now, his vision isn't mistaken. In the future, there will surely come a time when the richest people in the world develop a liking for space travel.
Well, he's not wrong, but he's like at least 20 years off.
And the very first enterprise that area will probably be up a single private company. That viewpoint is not mistaken. It was simply a group of international swindlers who were trying to take advantage of that fact and deceive investors across the world. And I'm trying to tell you that this Sonezaki man was one of them too. Just how gullible are you? You always just accept these suspicious offers without any doubts. Take that back. Mr. Sonezaki is a man with a brilliant future ahead of him. There's nothing suspicious about him. Because the dreams you speak of anticipate the future. They sound crazy to people who can't see into the future. A woman like you can't see into the future. Yes, a woman like me can't see into the future. But I can see the present. Right in front of me. I can see a pitiful husband who's been taken in by sly, double-crossing swindlers and still trusts. Then implicitly even after he's been tricked. Shut your mouth. You don't understand anything about money or business or economics. Don't try to butt in on your husband's job. Wives should be satisfied with doing housework. Keep your mouth shut.
Without another word, Natsuki fell silent, just as Krause has hoped she would. She was already far beyond anger and sadness. And the emotion that lay on the other side of those was an almost indifferent pity. Krause, who had been in awe of Ginso since he was very young, had started to subconsciously admire the way his father lived.
Hey, wait a minute, this Krause guy's kinda mean.
Yeah. There's a reason why I voted for him after episode 2, I think. Yeah, I think it was in 2 when I voted for him. At the end of 2. Without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. However, Ginso had been a math genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Ushinomiya family's long history. That talent was a gift from heaven. And it definitely wasn't genetic, much less something that could be learned. No, I think it can be learned, Krause. to give the two of them a chance to talk alone. Natsuki told the servants not to tell anyone about Ginso's death. And they left the room for the time being. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back. I'll go get the dinner. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, guys. The food eater struck again and ate all the food. Yeah, I'm thinking about this part, and this is like, wow. Like we knew Krause made some mistakes, but I forgot he was on some Homer Simpson shit, getting swindled by everybody. Like he in a different alternate universe where Beatrice does not have 10 tons of gold that she can just give to other people, and she actually needs money, she could have very easily swindled Krause. Like, Krause would have believed the Golden Land is a real place and he can probably build a hotel there. And so he gives a lot of money to Beatrice. And then Beatrice just disappears. Instead of acting like everything is cool and fine. Yeah. He's quite silly like that. Then she invited Krause to her bedroom and made him tell her everything about their current financial situation. These were things that Nazi hadn't been told about, under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Nazi had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wise place to intrude on such matters. However, this might also have meant that she had abandoned her duty as a wife to protect her family. Typical Nazi, somehow finding a way to make it her fault. The depth of this sin had been made quite clear to Natsuhi. Krause was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache, he hid his face and sank into silence. Natsuhi noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling and stood up to refill her cup with black tea. With black tea, I mean. When she touched the cup of black tea, she noticed for the first time. The sound of the cup and saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Krause had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects, and to cover the losses when they failed. Of course, he had to put the mansion and property up as collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would result in the mortgage being registered. In other words, there would be a record that Krause had put Kinso's wealth up as collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Kinso, Eva, and the others must not learn of such a thing. And the others, Rudolph and Rosa. Those other two kids. Therefore, Krause had been putting those assets up as collateral, using the worst possible method. I sign over the deeds and power of attorney. And what does that mean? What Krause was saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away the rights to his assets. If these assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Krause would still have some leeway under the law. He would have to deal with a bank, which would have absolutely no compassion. But they would be able to work something out within the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. In other words, even the mansion they were living in. If the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Krause, and sell the mansion to a third party right this moment, they would have no recourse whatsoever. Far from using collateral for a loan, this was basically the same as selling their house to borrow money.
In other words, the moneylenders have the power to make or break the Yoshinomiya family as they please. If they were to suddenly sell our house on some slight whim, we'd have to pack our bags and leave right now, wouldn't we? That is technically true. However, everyone I have had dealings with is very reputable. This isn't consumer financing. It's a transaction based on trust between economically illiterate men.
I don't think you're literate in economy.
I trust them, and they, in turn, trust it by lending me money. I will achieve great success in business and give them massive returns on their investments. I signed over the power of attorney as a sign of good faith, and so that they wouldn't have to doubt in the certain success of my business. What happens if I hesitate now? Doesn't that mean even I have no confidence in my own business?
If you were a successful businessman, we wouldn't be in debt now, would we? Natsuki only barely stopped herself from saying that.
Father is dead. What happens next? Will your debt be exposed to the light of day? And will your siblings hold you responsible? That won't be all. It will probably lead to criminal charges. Criminal charges? Why is that? It's better if you don't know. Anyway, this must not be learned of by anyone.
I can't believe Kraus is in much more economical trouble than Rosa. Kraus looked at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. If it would come to criminal charges, then he must have broken some laws. He's probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that nothing had mattered to him but survival. Kraus had seriously believed that he would succeed with several businesses, and that he would definitely gain huge profits. So, he had figured that even if he stepped over a few legal lines, he would be able to pay everything back before too long and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. This may have been the factor that lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple of laws. And now, Ginso's death, the worst possible thing, had occurred. And they wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden for long.
What will happen to us? There's no need to worry. You may not believe this, but conditions are most certainly on the rise now. The value of the city real estate I invested in will rise rapidly. Right now, I'm working on a project to integrate those and construct a massive business tower. This will be the most reliable of all my investments so far, and will prove to be the most successful. However, it will take a little more time for that to bear fruit. It's absolutely certain. That doesn't mean it will happen now. Will the success of that venture be enough to pay back our debts? Of course it will. I'll be able to wipe out all the debt I've accumulated so far. So have faith in me. I only need a little more time.
This feels like the intro to one of those stories inspired by Kaiji. This is like a Squid Game intro for one of the characters.
But father is already dead. We don't have that kind of time anymore, do we? I know. I know that. That's why I have to obtain money from somewhere and pay off those debts right now. Anyway, I need money. Money. A lot of it. Right now. Ah! As Kraus roared and clutched at his head, he writhed about as if in pain. As she watched several emotions roll about in Natsui's chest. Her emotions conflicted as she felt pity for her husband, while also feeling that he was a fool. And she felt a mixture of resentment and regret towards her own irresponsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Yeah, honestly, it's your fault, Natsuhi. It's all your fault. Even if this day hadn't come, it should have been clear that they were in a very critical situation. And yet, he had carelessly waited for this moment to come, and was now writhing about. Kraus too needed a lot of money right now. Her husband was so foolish, and so pitiful. It would be easy to let herself get fed up with this. However, she was his wife. For a wife, ridiculing her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him enough to compensate. However, she didn't have a clue what she should do. Since there had been such a massive amount of money within arm's reach, it was only natural that Kraus had tried to dip his hands into it. It would also be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on all of it. But that would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. She was Utsunomiya Natsuki, the woman who had become Kraus' wife and sworn to support him, the new head of the Ushinomiya family, for her whole life. She had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. She understood it logically, but she couldn't suppress the indescribable dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart. That's right. Father is hitting goals. 10 tons of gold is worth 20 billion yen. If I had that. That's right. If I had that, all of our problems would be solved. Natsui, that's it. The witch's epitaph. Let's solve that. Let's solve it together. If we can just find the gold, everything will work itself out. That's right. It must be hidden somewhere on this island. If we had that. If we had that. That hurts, dear. Please stop it. Kraus acting as excited as if he thought of a perfect, brilliant plan, grasped Natsui's upper arms tightly. Natsui couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She wasn't just taken aback because she'd heard him bring up something as fake-sounding as the hidden gold. This was Kraus, who usually mocked the story of the hidden gold, saying that it didn't exist and that it was all an illusion his father had created to borrow a lot of money. That was why Natsui was doubly taken aback. Yes, let's have Jessica help us too. Maybe some things can only be solved with a child's sensitivity. This is a family crisis. All of us have to stick together. Yes, it's a fanciful riddle that Father created. We should be able to solve it. There's no reason we wouldn't be able to solve it. It's the only way. Oh, Natsui. This is wonderful. We still have an option left. And right next to us. The goal is on this island. If we had it, every one of our problems would be solved. Natsui, call Jessica here right away. Let's overcome this family crisis together. Yes, right now. The gold is on this island. It's right beside us.
Unable to withstand the pain in the arm, he was twisting in his excitement. Nazi knocked Kraus aside. Kraus tripped over the edge of the bed and flopped over onto the floor.
Please, get a hold of yourself. And please calm down. Do you really think that this Ushinomiya family crisis could be solved by something as dreamlike as that? Let's see. Please cool your head and think of a realistic plan together, Money. I'm going to cool my head as well. Wait. Not Sahi.
Mei had come to his senses the instant he fell over. Kraus tried to tell Natsuki to stop, but she just kept walking. After closing the door forcefully, Natsuki dashed away. Natsuki ran through the corridor. Even though she didn't want anyone to see her like this, she ran headlong into Genji. My deepest apologies. Madam, have you been injured?
I'm fine. Leave me alone.
Certainly.
Oh. Genji. How are things going in Father's study?
It is just as you left it. Although Dr. Nanjo is in the parlor.
Is that so? Do you have the key to the study?
Yes. Right here.
Give it to me. Let me have some time alone with Father. Is my husband asked where I am? Tell him you don't know.
Certainly. After grabbing the key to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsuki rushed up the stairs. She then flew into the study. Finally let out a wail, cry.
Father, please forgive our foolishness. My husband and I are capable of inheriting all that you created. Please, please, forgive us for our punishments and our crimes. Yes. If you can forgive us, please guide the way for us fools.
Clinging to Kinso as he slept in the bed, Natsuki cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinso sitting up suddenly and patting her head. No, Father isn't the type of person to pamper. More likely, he'd yell at me to stop being so noisy. However, neither of these imaginations came true. Because it was an undeniable fact that Kinso had entered an eternal sleep. But even so, Natsuki begged the sleeping Kinso to forgive and help them. It was still only a few hours after his passing. Perhaps his soul was still here, listening to her. Believing this, Natsuki begged for Kinso's forgiveness and help even more earnestly. Too noisy. Haven't I always said that I hold silence as a virtue? That voice made Natsuki jump up in surprise. When she faced in the direction that the voice had come from, she saw Kinso sitting at the study desk, folding up his reading glasses. Did you get in a fight with Kraus again? Neglecting his wife like that. That Kraus only inherited my bad traits.
Father!
What a wretched looking face. Wash it. Aren't you the wife of the successor of the Yoshinomiya family? You mustn't let the servants see you wear such a shameful expression.
Yes, father. My apologies.
Natsuki understood. This was just an illusion. One that Natsuki had created out of her desire to speak with a memory of Kinso, as he once was. Yeah, literally her tulpa. No, that wasn't it. She believed that, just for now, Kinso's soul had shown itself to her. She was sure that doubt in this would cause it to vanish in an instant. It seems that at the instant the family headship was passed on, the family has reached a crisis.
Yes, father. I wasn't able to support my husband. I'm truly very sorry.
The Yoshinomiya family is so very cursed. It was in a terrible state when I succeeded the headship too. That makes your suffering seem almost cute in comparison. Kinso's succession to the family headship had come suddenly. At the time, he had been nothing more than a single young man from a branch family, far separated from the Yoshinomiya main family. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but Kinso had nothing to do with that. Then, the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake, along with their businesses. On top of that, there had been a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time. And the elders had all tried to impose their will on the others in that sinking ship. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect the leader to revive the Yoshinomiya family. They then found a common ground and selected Kinso, a youth with absolutely no ties to any of the opposing elders, to be the head. So the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinso with the rebuilding of the Yoshinomiya family. Kinso had been nothing more than their puppets, with his arms and legs pulled in opposite directions.
Yes. I know a lot about your days of suffering, father.
And then, the war started. At the time, I was already tired of life. I hoped I would die on the battlefields, but I wasn't sent to the front lines. However, the state of the war grew worse with every day, and the time for the decisive battle on the Japanese mainland seemed to grow ever closer. I wonder what war this was. As terrible as it may sound, I pray for that day to come quickly. After listening to the approaching footsteps of that Reaper day in and day out, it is said that Kinso started cutting his ties with this world, one by one. And then, on that day when he had severed all his regrets, when he reached the state of enlightenment, it is said that he had a mystical experience. It is said that he met her, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I made a contact with the witch and was given the power of gold and madness. On that day, the old me died, and a new me possessing the insane power of magic was born.
I know. And after the war, use your ingenious cunning to revive the Yoshinomiya family.
The now deceased elders who knew Kinso at the time had whispered to each other that Kinso must have bumped his head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. That was how much Kinso had stood out after the war. Whether the story about Kinso meeting a witch was true or not, there could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death, and let him reach a state of enlightenment. If he wanted to describe the mystical experience following all that as a meeting with a witch, that claim certainly shouldn't be dismissed out of hand.
That's right. You returned from the war, conquered the witch Beatrice, and became the head of the Yoshinomiya family in the truest sense.
Correct. Before I met Beatrice, I was nothing more than a puppet, only the head in name. I only became the head after conquering the Golden Witch.
Father, will this Golden Witch aid my husband Kraus, now that he's the new head?
Oh, she will. Assuming that he has truly succeeded the headship.
What do you mean by truly succeeded?
I mean, it depends on whether he bears the responsibility and pride of the Ushinomiya family head in the truest sense. Natsuhi, you should understand this. The headship is not inherited by blood. It is inherited through spirit and conviction. Even though Kraus is my eldest son, he cannot be called a true head if he does not possess these things. And if that spirit were to dwell in a human, even someone other than Kraus, they would make a splendid new head. Beatrice will lend her power to the true head. Isn't that right, Beatrice? When Ginso called the witch's name, gold butterflies seeped out of every corner of the room. The fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. It was like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about a rose garden of gold. I don't know how I didn't stumble anymore in that sentence. That was really hard to read. As Natsuki stared at the scene in shock, the gold butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Then, the witch of the portrait appeared. Indeed. I am the Ushinomiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I am free to run rampant. I listen to no one's orders. And there is one person in the world who can control her. Me. That is why I am qualified to be the Ushinomiya family head. So, it's that pride of yours that qualifies you? Pride requires self-confidence and bravery, and is the embodiment of the insatiable desire to gain power to snatch those strays. That is why I control you. Watching men who speak of pride turn those desires into reality can be quite pleasant. The quiet man of action is nothing more than an excuse used by the extremely lucky. A true monarch also speaks of what he doesn't have. And he makes that pride a reality without fail. If one is to control me, they must possess such a monarch's pride. Do you understand, Natsuhi? A true monarch feels no hardship. They declare that they will overcome anything without fail. Even if they haven't yet figured out how. This gives hope to the weak. They gather, revere the monarch, and swear to assist him. This is where power is gained and his word is carried out. Engrave that into your hearts.
Yes, Father.
Natsuki understood. Through this mystical experience, Ginso was telling her how to prepare herself to overcome hardship, even after his own death. Feeling a warm sensation rise up in her chest, she let the valuable words Ginso had given her echo through her mind, over and over. A true monarch, in other words, the true head of the Ushinomiya family, must not fear hardship. Such a person must believe they can overcome any hardship. If they can't even believe it about themselves, then they have no chance of overcoming their challenges. She suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she'd entered this room, sobbing and asking Ginso what to do.
I was foolish. Of course, there's no time for crying when an Ushinomiya family crisis is upon us. And now that we have inherited the Yoshiromiya family from you, Father, we must protect its honor no matter what. Oh. Even though you can't even draw a blueprint on how to repay Krause's debts. Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. No, that wasn't it. He was testing Natsuki to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsuki wasn't confused anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes. Yes, at this moment, I have not yet discovered the method we should pursue. However, my husband is the new head of the Yoshinomiya family, and I am his supporting wife. So, I will proclaim it in my husband's place. Let us hear it. Yoshinomiya Krause and Natsuki will definitely overcome these trials and protect the honor of the Yoshinomiya family. You have nothing to worry about, Father. Do you know the scope of Krause's death, as well as the horrible state things are in? Yes. If the worst happens and we are ordered to leave this mansion tomorrow, we won't be able to refuse. During the distribution of the inheritance, the relatives might even file criminal complaints. However, there is no need to worry. We will repay all of the debts before then and restore our honor. As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsuki proclaimed this clearly with Yoshinomiya Kinso and Beatrice as witnesses. For a while, they remained silent, as though weighing Natsuki's resolve. Then Kinso chuckled and turned away. How vexing. Why couldn't this person have been my son? The very fact that a woman with such a disposition married your son is another sign of your great love. Beatrice, this is my final order. Now that you are no longer the head, I am not obligated to obey your orders. Oh, in that case, obey the orders of the new Shinomiya family head. You are no longer head, and Krause is not yet the head. Whom are you suggesting that I serve? I will leave that to you. It is up to you to decide who is qualified to succeed the Yoshimiya family head, and who is fitting to bear the mark of the one-winged eagle. You will ensure that it is so. I refuse. I won't listen to the orders of a man who isn't the head. No, this is different. This is a will. The last order that the head left behind for you. Then it seems I will have to obey. After all, I can be quite accommodating. Liar. Oh. You're only doing this because it caught your interest, aren't you? I can't hide anything from you, can I? Not so. Yes, Father? Go and overcome your hardship. Yes. That might seem like a mere response to Natsuki. But to Kinso and Beatrice, it seemed to be something of much greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply, and with a motion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply before Natsuki. The Yoshinomiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice, is present. I shall give you my aid to assist the Yoshinomiya family in overcoming another crisis. Thank you. I will need your power. We will most certainly overcome these trials. I will not hold back on my support for your cause, but there is something I must warn you about beforehand. I understand that your troubles now could be solved if I were to grant you a vast quantity of gold, like I did when I saved Kinso from his crisis. However, that is something I cannot do. Is that so? Sorry, Natsuhi. Beatrice's gold came from a contract limited to my generation. It was agreed that it could only be passed on to another if that person solves the witch's apple. The gold is sealed away by the epitaph. As long as that is not solved, you cannot be given the golden magic. I understand. Then I shall search for another method by which we can save ourselves from this crisis. My husband said his plan would take time, but he also said that it would surely be sufficient to repay our debts. If we can buy enough time for that to happen, we will be able to overcome this trial. Good, Natsuhi. Continue. But Ginso is already dead. The doctor and servants are preparing his funeral. You are about to contact the family members. By your own hands, you will bring an end to this ploy for time. How charming is the guillotine when you lower the blade yourself. Startled, Natsuhi looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there. But even so, Natsuhi had found something. So, the magical power has descended. Natsuhi, have you made up your minds? What magic of miracles do you desire from me? Once again, all of those who had witnessed Ginso's corpse were gathered in the study. Kraus was still impatient and clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their faces. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsuhi wore a resolute expression. Dear, let me ask you one more time. Your plan for raising money is absolutely certain? Yes. Give it a year. No, just half a year. And it will certainly bear fruit. But it's just impossible to hope for anything right now. Then I will wait. But you said it yourself. Father is already dead. Father has not passed away. He's still there, as healthy as ever. When Natsuhi said this, everyone jumped and looked up, because they instantly understood what those words meant. However, Kraus alone didn't get it right away and answered, Oh, Kraus! What do you mean by that? Father is already, in reality, right there. I will say it again. Father is still in good health. He is busy with his research, so he'll be even less able to leap his study than usual. Because of this, we must handle all external affairs ourselves, so that Father can devote himself to his research without being burdened by meaningless tasks. In short, nothing will change from the way things have been. Do you understand, Genji? Yes. The furniture of the One-Winged Eagle will continue to serve the master. Natsuhi gets to girl boss again, just like he did in episode 1. Kumasawa. And you, Dr. Nanjo. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, Is that truly alright, Natsuhi-san? It may be true that Father passed away today. But if everyone right here, right now, believes, we can revive Father with magic. It's impossible, madam. That's just too much. Time of death will be made clear during the autopsy. We can't stop it from looking suspicious. Father will not pass away, so there will be no reason for there to be an autopsy.
Of course, she wasn't planning to make it seem like Kinso would live forever. The fake life given by Kinso would only last until Kraus could repay his debts. After that, Kinso's soul would finally be able to rest in peace. Nanjo repeatedly said that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy, but Natsuki kept saying that this wouldn't be a problem.
Father will not pass away by being reported dead.
I see. He'll be reported missing. After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his fists.
Yes. Once we've managed to pay back the debt and finish our preparations for laying Father to rest, we will then announce that Father has disappeared.
Rokenjima's vast, uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage the disappearance. So we can see why Kidia's blackmail attempt worked, because they were planning to make the guy disappear. One day, Kinso would go out to the forest for a walk and never return. They would search for him without success and then be forced to report his disappearance. If he disappears, we can file a report of his death even without a corpse. In other words, we can hide him long enough to have him declared legally dead. What do you think, Dr. Nanjo? There won't be any problems that way.
Yes, that might work. Is this really okay, madam? If we stay silent, then I'm sure we could keep the Master's death a secret. However, if we were to slip up even once and let someone find out... Kumasawa, don't be so loud. Father is sleeping right over there. Correct. Are you trying to wake him up?
It isn't a corpse. Kinso is sleeping. As Natsuki said that, Kinso lay quietly on the bed as though there was nothing at all odd about her words.
Come, try to remember. What form did you have? What sort of life did you enjoy?
Once again, a storm of gold butterflies started to swirl, covering Kinso's cold body. Then, after the butterflies exploded into fine gold powder and disappeared. Just like those fairy tales that had been told over and over since long ago. Kinso slowly opened his eyes and sat up.
Father!
Natsuhi, let me first make one thing clear. I did not coax you into doing this because of my attachment to life.
You liar. Don't tell me you didn't anticipate this at least a little. How does it feel, Kinso? How's your body?
It isn't bad, but it feels somewhat like being in a dream.
Yay, Kinso's alive!
Look, it's fine because this is Natsuhi's tall buff Kinso. This is like the cool Kinso. Real Kinso sucks, but Tulpa Kinso's cool. We like Tulpa Kinso. I feel light.
You're a being that wasn't permitted to remain in this world. Yet you still remain here.
Don't start complaining about a little discomfort now. The cooler Kinso, yep.
Is your body truly alright?
He's nice to Natsuki. Yeah.
Is it really okay?
Actually, it feels quite pleasant. If this is what the world after death feels like, playing the ghost might not be half bad.
How is this, Natsuki?
Kinso has survived. That means a funeral is unnecessary.
Your hardship has been resolved.
Beatrice. As Natsuki tried to find words of gratitude amidst her confusion, Beatrice waggled her pointer finger and spoke. There is no need for thanks. Our ruler is allowed to be proud. I will not pay heed to request, but I will follow orders.
Even so, I'll say it. Thank you. This way, you brought some time for my husband. We will handle the rest.
Be warned, Natsuki. Kinso may have revived, but that is not an eternal thing. It will only continue as long as my magic does. Be warned that the magic-resistant toxin might destroy the magic. You must understand the laws of magic correctly and work hard to maintain it. Yeah, we only see Genji and Kumasawa. Presumably they still haven't hired Goda. And the younger servants like Kanon and Shannon are on rotation. So they might not be here when this happened. Earlier in the story, they mentioned the name of another one of them, and all of their names end with on because they're fake names. I can show you a miracle, but it is your role to grasp it and hold it.
Of course. We definitely won't neglect the miracle you have given us.
Very well.
Yes. It would appear masters need to be changed out every once in a while, just like floor mats.
I like it. I shall serve you, Ushiromiya Natsuki. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. It could be. Call my name whenever you wish. I shall appear and grant you a miracle.
Thank you. I am Ushiromiya Natsuki. I will employ you and protect the honor of the Ushiromiya family.
Yay! And then they did. The end. Everybody's happy. We didn't see a clock in this scene transition, so that confirms we... Oh, the family conference of the previous year. Well, there you go. It is before the previous family conference. So more than a year ago. The Rose Garden was truly splendid this year. The roses were blooming like crazy. They were blooming crazy style, as if competing with each other. In that rose garden, Kinso, Kanon, and Natsuki could be seen. Kanon. Once again, the flowers have grown wonderfully this year. It must be the result of your care. Thank you very much. The weather just happened to be good this year.
Thanks to your care, the garden is even more beautiful than usual. Good work. Thank you very much. If today weren't so special, I might have been able to admire the roses while enjoying some black tea. Kinso shrugged. Today was the family conference. When it came to the other siblings' businesses, none of the news had been good. Hang on, I need to clear my throat. Okay, there we go. I even did a horse sound for good measure. On the contrary, those siblings probably planned to turn the conversation to the topic of Kinso's remaining life. And hold a quiet feud over the inheritance. Those people are quite unpleasant. By the way, what about Kraus? Is that airplane and plan of his proceeding well? Does seem to be a realistic plan. However, it's a plan on quite a large scale, and it doesn't seem to be bearing fruit quite as well as he expected. If possible, I would have hoped to have that resolved before today's family conference. Yes. My apologies. Are you sure you're okay, Kinso? Casually walking around in a place like that. Oh, this is, Beatrice. How's she gotten up there? Well, it's fairly pointless to wonder about that sort of thing when you're dealing with a witch. Beatrice was casually sitting on the roof of the arbor, almost as though she had been basking in the sun. Those relatives are like a massive lump of magic-resistant toxin, and they'll be intruding in on us. If you bump into them, your soul will evaporate in an instant. I am already dead. He said it! Evaporating would be no detriment. We can't have that happen. Please, for the sake of the Ushinobuya family, lend us your strength just a little longer. Natsuhi? It seems the boat carrying the relatives have left the harbor. Perhaps it's about time to bring an end to this walk of yours. Is that so? Thank you. Please return to the study, Father. My. How tiresome. To go back inside when the weather is this perfect. Don't grumble, Kinso. Right now, you're nothing more than a ghost I gave life to. It'll be troublesome for both me and Natsuhi if you're scared away by the toxin. Just be a good boy. Shut yourself away in the study. Wrap a blanket around yourself or something. Merely receiving the chance to enjoy these roses after death makes me an extremely fortunate man. I understand. I shall return to the study. But I would like some black tea. Kanon, tell Genji to bring me some. Perhaps some Marco Polo would do well today. Certainly. Then let us go our separate ways. Natsuhi, you must conduct the family conference splendidly in my absence. Of course, Father. You can't say it in front of them, but my husband is already the Yoshimiya family. These bitches and their black tea. Do you not like black tea, Bug? And I will do all I can to ensure that I don't embarrass him as his wife. Compared to Kraus, who has had a stomachache since this morning, you are so very composed, Natsuhi.
My son is quite hopeless.
My husband is talented in his own way. Supporting him where he's weak is my duty as his wife.
Indeed. Oh. Carry out your task with precision. I will make sure to stay shut away. Your bitches. So that I don't get in the way of this farce.
Kanon, go with father to the study. And then have Genji prepare some black tea.
I'm not so senile that I need your help to stand up. Here I go. Refusing Kanon's attempt to lend him his hands, Ginso rose from the flower bed he had been sitting on. The retired head left everything in Nasagi's hand and returned to the study at her gentle pace. You're looking well. You possess a sense of dignity reminiscent of Ginso's deceased wife.
On the off chance that the magic-resistant toxin does reach father, will the magic dissolve in an instant?
Indeed.
In the blink of an eye. I can banish whenever I please. But if someone already dead, such as Ginso, loses his form, he'll be instantly tossed away like dust by the winds of the sun. You must take care. Yes, I understand. You may have talent as a witch. The magic-resistant toxin has been building up in your system over the years. And yet, you are still able to understand magic. If you and I met during your youth, you might have become a powerful witch by now. I am the wife of Ushinomiya Kraus, the family head. I would become even a witch or a demon to protect his honor. I am deeply grateful for the power of your magic. I wouldn't have been able to protect the honor of the Ushinomiya family without you. Let's discuss that another time.
She mentioned becoming a witch or a demon in episode 1, when she's talking about protecting Jessica.
I'd like to enjoy it with just the two of us women drinking tea.
Oh, I bet.
A friend of mine went to Sri Lanka, sent me some black tea with a wonderful rose fragrance.
Oh, you mean Dimbula? That isn't bad.
Then you should also have some patis on the side. You must serve me some as reward if I manage to trick everyone for this entire family conference. It's a promise. Understood. I promise. Then, I'll see you later. Yes, later.
I'm trying to think. Do we ever see Beatrice interacting with Natsuki before this episode? Like, at all? Even in the scenes outside of the game? I don't think so.
I think they never interact.
She interacts with Rosa, she interacts with Eva in a way, she interacts with Kirie, but she never interacts with Natsuki.
The witch made her body crumble into the rustling winds, became gold flower petals, and scattered into thin air.
And she obviously interacts with all of the cousins. Yeah, I don't think she does. When she's a game piece, she only talks to Battler, to Ginso, who is not real, and to Kirie once. And I think to the servants. Yeah, to the servants. Shannon, Kanon, and Genji. Natsuki watched her go, then turned on her heels and headed for the mansion. And then there were none left in... And then there were none! My friends, in the Rose Garden. When do we get the Hideyoshi? Yeah. The Hideyoshi backstory where he's awesome. Okay then. It's break time. Got any complaints so far? None at all. If you have to pee, why not just go and do it? What a rude thing to say. Ginzo is already dead, right? But he's walking around and talking, isn't he? Doesn't that mean this is magic? Of course, I thought this move would work on you after all this time, Burn. But what about you, Battler? Isn't this weird? Don't you have to accept the existence of the magic to revive Ginzo? If you're trying to imitate battle, it's pissing me off. So stop it right now. Figure it out? Then come on. How do you want to answer, Battler? Ginzo was just out for a stroll. Why not act like you always do and start holding your head crying, "That makes no sense"? Come on, use that "it's all useless" catchphrase and give me one of your classic nonsensical counter-arguments. There's no way a human who's supposed to be dead could be walking around, right? Is this all because of some unknown virus called the Rokkenjima syndrome that makes mass delusions? Or do the scales of a mysterious form of butterfly that only lives on Rokkenjima happen to be hallucinogenic? Or is it all because of a secret, mysterious organization called the Mountain Dogs, made an as of yet undiscovered drug called Puro Puro Pico Puyo, which causes mass delusions? Let me hear tons of this wonderful crap. Just shut up. This isn't even a problem. Grandfather is dead at this point in time. There is no way he exists. The only reason he's able to act like he's alive like this is because of Natsuhi's lie, her attempt to make it through the family conference while hiding grandfather's death. Oh? It's Natsuhi's lie? You can revive the dead by lying? Wouldn't that make it Natsuhi's magic? This world is like a brown tube before you looked into it. It's the world of the cat box before you open it. As long as Natsuhi says she took a walk with grandfather, and as long as no one can confirm that it's a lie, it's possible to display on Natsuhi taking a walk in the Rose Garden with grandfather as Natsuhi's reality. That means it's possible for grandfather to appear. That extremely unflattering applause was coming from Bern Castell. Rabo. You're much calmer without Bat around. Quiet. You shut up too. Wait a second, Battler. According to your theory, sure, it might really be possible for Ginzo to appear if Natsuhi's the only person there. If Natsuhi claims to have usurped Ginzo in a world with no one except Natsuhi in it, then no one can deny it, right? But Ganon was in the same place, and he was also looking at Ginzo, right? How would you explain that? That's not a problem at all. Ganon-kun is a servant who works for the Yoshinomiya family. And Natsuhi probably ordered him to keep her to her story, so that she could hide grandfather's death. Because of that, Ganon can see grandfather even though he shouldn't exist, just like how Natsuhi can. Too bad, Lambda.
Valor isn't gonna fall for that kind of child's play anymore. Seems so. Well, this is nothing more than an opening, before the games really started. Like an aperitif before a meal. An appetizer at a bar. Green tea at a sushi restaurant. Shut up. So, we aren't gonna get anywhere unless I say it again in blue text, huh? Looks like it. Would you mind? The mind boom is still so good. The reason grandfather's strolling around like nothing happened even though he's already dead is that people who want to make it seem as though he's alive create an illusion of him. People who think the same way can share in on that illusion. Then, they'll talk as though grandfather actually exists and was with them until a second ago. That's why he's strolling around like it's perfectly natural. Because of this, the illusion of grandfather is unable to appear in front of people who aren't in on this with non-Natsuki. That's why they made up the story of him shutting himself away in his study and refusing to come out. In the games before now, grandfather has always locked himself up in his study. We never met him directly. However, some people said things that made us think he was locked up in his study in a bad mood, such as claiming to have met him only a short while ago. We blindly accepted their statements and believed that grandfather was in the study. That's why it was possible for an illusion of grandfather to exist in the study. That's right. In the games before now. The only people who met grandfather were Uncle Kraus and Natsuki, and the servants. Because they all stuck to the same story, an illusion of grandfather was able to exist on this island, making it seem like he was alive. He even showed us a scene at the beginning of this game, where Natsuki convinced Dr. Nanjo and the rest to cover up grandfather's death. I'm not gonna fall for a cheap trick like that after all this time. Well, not bad. But I was hoping for the unknown drug Puro Puro Pico Puyo. There's no way he'd say something so ridiculous, right? After all, supposing that such a thing exists would be just as bad as surrendering to the fantasy genre. Whether it's a virus or a drug or an illness, anything that hasn't been discovered yet is a violation of Nox's fourth commandment. Okay, before we get into this, how do you feel about Lambda's game so far? Do you feel like she's doing justice to the previous games? Do you feel like she captures the essence of the other games? We haven't gotten to the Twilights, but do you think this intro part is good? And I need to check something. No. Okay. What do you mean, fourth commandment? She has a style. She was pissed off that the last 3 games didn't have Natsuki as the main character. She's like, man, I like Natsuki. Why is she not girl bossing anymore? I liked episode 1. Give me more of that. Oops, there we go. Precise by accident. Noxus Fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or difficult to understand scientific devices to be used. The rule states that such things can't be used during a murder. What the hell?
Known drug X and unknown scientific device X should be the best kinds of weapons to use when fighting against the witch. That's what I'm talking about. All of those violate the rules of a proper mystery. Supposing an unknown virus, an unknown drug. Yeah. An unknown sickness, or an unknown XXS, was used, puts it totally in the fantasy genre. My condolences. If that was your theory, then it's game over for you. Hey, what are you talking about? You think you've been fighting in direct opposition to battle. But that's not actually true. You haven't been in direct opposition. You've been fighting along with her from a slightly different angle. All this plain detective you've done hasn't been fantasy versus mystery. It's only been fantasy versus anti-fantasy. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. But there's one thing I do get. It sounds like you're saying there's something wrong with my fighting style. We're fighting to kill the fantasy known as the illusion of the witch. That means interpreting this tale as a proper mystery. In other words, from the very start, we have to ignore any and all elements that violate the taboos of a mystery genre. Ignore, you say? For example, several close room murders have occurred in the games before now, right? Yeah. At every single crime scene, you enthusiastically check with Battle to make sure there are no hidden doors, right? Then that leads to a flashy bunch of red truths weaving together all over the place. Almost as though that itself is the battle. I call that a waste of time. After all, it's clearly specified in Nox's third. Okay, first we have the fourth and now the third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. In the mystery genre, hidden passages mustn't exist. So, if you want to interpret everything as a proper mystery, entering this whole debate over whether there are hidden doors or not means you've lost from the beginning, see? After all, there aren't any. As soon as you suspect that they might exist, it's already game over for you. In other words, you assume you can't start theory building, just because no one's yet proven that hidden doors don't exist at the crime scene. That's why I call you naive and a failure at the mystery genre. You've already lost once you start thinking that. You thought you were waging a fight to interpret everything like a mystery novel, right? Then you got to follow the conventions of the mystery genre. Well, that's it in a nutshell. Hidden doors must not exist at any of the crime scenes. That means any time spent asking whether they exist or not is wasted. Man, I forgot how good Burn is when her mask cracks. I think I know what you're talking about. I've heard about it somewhere. Is this like the 10 basic rules for mystery novels or something? Yeah, that's right. They're the 10 wedges for drilling witches brandished by Nox, the peerless archbishop of witch hunting. Those are the true weapons with which to fight and defeat the fantasy known as the illusion of the witch head on. It's just like you, Byrne, to bring in such a troublesome weapon. That's the fantasy genre's archenemy. So, you'll deny the existence of hidden doors right from the start, without even investigating the crime scene. That sounds more like fantasy to me. Lambda, who is in charge of the witch's side, it's fantasy. I'm the one who's fighting her. Mystery. What are you? You're just barely anti-fantasy, doing nothing but dodging over and over and denying fantasy. You're opposed to absolutely everything, but you can't make any counter-proposals. You're like a politician from some country. Shut up. I didn't come here to speak gibberish with you two. Continue the story right now. Be quiet. That sleeping princess behind you looks like she's in pain, doesn't she? When he turned around, he saw Beato's living corpse resting in a chair. However, sweat glistened all over her body, and it felt like she was breathing a little harder than normal. She looked as though she was suffering from a high fever. Beato. What's wrong? Are you okay? What do you mean, is she okay? You sure you say some weird things? Aren't you fighting to kill this girl? We rewound this 5th game for your benefit. But right now, Byrne has done a good job cornering her opponent and is about to break through the illusion of the witch. Her existence has been almost completely denied. It's only natural that she's suffering. Just now, even you smashed the illusion of the witch by saying there's no way Ginsu exists. Here's the proof that your attack reached Beato. This agony of hers. What's wrong, bud? I tried to at least wipe away the sweat on Beato's forehead with a handkerchief. It's true I promised Beato that I'd let her die. But it was supposed to happen peacefully. I wasn't planning to make her suffer first. My goal isn't to make the sleeping Beato suffer like this before killing her. Oh, you were just repeating, okay. As if they had seen right through to my mixed feelings, the two witches grinned. That only overheard because you kept yelling about the inheritance, right, Aniki? It isn't my fault. It was just an unlucky coincidence, okay? He just happened to be in the corridor and heard. It was an accident, I tell you. An accident. Could you two give it a rest? Just call it our bad luck this time and give it up. If you leave a man alone, his mood will pop right back up to normal. Hopefully Father's feelings weren't hurt so much that he writes up some strange will. The relatives took a deep breath and fell silent. Hey, you can't jump around either, Maria. What'll you do if Anji-chan falls? Sorry to keep you waiting. The boat is all ready. Okay, let's go. Won't get anywhere by complaining now. Oh look, it's Goda! We eagerly await your return to this island. Judging by the roll call there, I'm assuming George didn't come this time. Goda, yeah. Natsuki was sitting on a bench in the rose garden, looking completely worn out. However, when she noticed that Kana and Kumasawa were coming back. Oh, and also Anjay was there. And they seem to be fine, so this is probably before that one conversation they had. When she noticed that Kana and Kumasawa were coming back, she immediately sat up straight, regaining the dignity of the head's wife. Did the boat leave? Yes. It departed just a minute ago. I see. Good job seeing them off. What is my husband doing? He retired to his room a short while ago. He's resting. Yeah, this is still a year before. Since the previous day, Krause had been almost overwhelmed by anxiety over the thought that Kinsu's death might be discovered. And I mean they left, so you know that this is the year before, because they certainly do not leave on the actual conference. They only leave in a body bag. Boom. When the family conference ended, his queeriness must have suddenly gotten a hold of him. Well, one left, he writes. The way he had refused to let even a sliver of his true intention slip out. And the manner in which he had managed to act as though everything was normal. Showed that Krause's nerve was nothing to sneeze at. How was it? Did they seem to notice anything suspicious about father? Not at all. Iwasama and the rest were having a big ruckus over how the master overheard them talking about the inheritance, right? Wasn't their panicking just priceless? Yes. They were quite shaken up. But Kumasawa, you really are quite an actress. The way you acted all panicked in the corridor made it seem like father really was there. The comment, I mean, Harper. Why you liked it? Kumasawa-san is quite talented at this sort of thing. Oh, come now, I don't deserve such praise. I always have to give Genji strict orders not to easily swallow your stories when you call in sick. Now that's just harsh, madam. You really did a good job. Both of you, as well as Genji and Shannon. We'll get your pay for a month's worth of past vacation time, as well as 5 extra days, just as promised. Consider this a confidential benefit. Talk with Genji when you collect your pay so that the other servants don't find out. Sure, we understand. Right. Kumasawa-san, your voice is too loud. Oh, not good, not good. Good point. Let's leave it at that for the time being. We should all return to our regular duties. That's right. I've had Goda prepare some special tea. Don't deserve it. Natsuki let them know she wanted to be left alone for a while. Except maybe Goda. I mean, they just hired Goda. They probably don't still trust him to that degree. Also, good to know they were being paid for it, right? Natsuki let them know she wanted to be left alone for a while, so she could drink some black tea in the rose garden. Get that bag. The black tea that had been carried all the way to the bench. was a Sri Lankan tea, timbola, that she had promised Bato, along with some patis. Sitting on either side of the snack, staring at it curiously, the half of the head in her which could be seen. So this is petit. I just assumed it would be some kind of baked sweet. Apparently Nasahi, not realizing that it had a curry-like spicy flavor, had started choking after putting it in her mouth. To describe it in Japanese terms, it was like fried dumplings stuffed with mashed, curry-flavored potatoes. That sounds awesome. Oh, I want to eat that. As a household dish, it would probably be pretty popular with the kids. However, it was something of a shock to Natsuki, who expected that a treat to go with tea would be sweets. Samosa yum. I don't know that one. Did you know? Dimble always goes with this. Black tea always goes with cookies. Oh, but chocolate is good too. You must have sweet bean jelly with Japanese tea, although salted kombu also works. Chinese tea goes with Chinese dumplings, though I like mooncakes too. My imaginary witch girlfriend. I'm surprised. You know a lot about various cultures, don't you? Well, I haven't been living 1,000 years for nothing. I've tried refining teas from all over the world. Perhaps you could call it a journey through the world of tea. That does seem like it would be a wonderful way to travel the world. Before today, I never knew that one could enjoy tea like this. I will treasure this experience. I cannot leave Rokenjima. This is the only way I can travel. What about you? I'm sure you've elegantly traveled the world like any wealthy wife might. I do like that Natsui created her awesome Kinso Tolpa. And then just to follow through with the whole fiction, she also created a Tolpa of Beatrice. And she was like, oh, I like this one better. I'm just gonna send Kinso to the fucking room. You can stay there, Kinso. I'm gonna talk with the witch. Before Jessica was born. Thank you for the follow. My husband took me to many countries. Before marrying, I never once traveled overseas, so each time was a fresh and new experience. Sounds like you were also born into a very rigid family. It was strict, but they gave me a wonderful upbringing. It would be rude to my father and mother to call that rigid. That's a pretty elegant way to call it rigid. Kraus might have pitied Natsuhi. Or he might have wanted to take her away from the rigid Ushinomiya family for a little bit and let her rest. Or he simply might have wanted to take his wife around countries he knew well, to show off everything he knew. Unlike father, my husband is fond of Asian nations. Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea, Thailand. I think we also went to Malaysia. That Kraus. Was he trying to rebel against Ginso's Western tastes? But Asia is good too. After all, the Japanese are strongly influenced by the West. When they think of foreign countries, only Western ones come to mind. But you mustn't forget the East. I myself knew a few things about the West, but I knew very little about the East. I seem to recall my husband making fun of me now and then during our travels. Gato slowly peered into Natsui's heart, as the latter grumbled that the trips had all been very tiring. Are you listening? This is called an areca nut. It's a popular luxury food item around here. It looked like a small, round, gourd-like nut that had been smashed, with cucumber wedged in it. At a glance, it looked as though it would probably taste like pickles. I see. So I just bite it here? As she tried to bite the one her husband was holding, he suddenly moved it away. It felt kind of embarrassing, like she was a fish after some bait. Whoa, wait up. You have to eat it a certain way. Yes, you are supposed to bite it. Bite it. Chew it. But don't swallow it. Huh? Even though you bite and chew it, you can't swallow it? Yes. Bite and chew. Don't swallow. And don't drink the juice. It'll make your stomach hurt. I don't understand. Why would you eat something like that? Think of it as something. Chew it and enjoy the flavor. Then take the scraps you've bitten and the juice and spit it out into a paper cup. Dear, the inside of your mouth is bright red. Wipe it off. Wipe it off. Even her favorite handkerchief, which she had wiped Crow's mouth with, had bright red marks on it. Something that's poisonous if eating or drunk, and it makes the inside of your mouth so bright red. And having to spit something out after you put it in your mouth. How indecent. Thinking this, Nazi adamantly refused Krause's invitation. No way, no way. I don't need any. I don't need any. This is a cross-cultural experience. That's the point of traveling. We don't do things that can only be done here. Krause kept chewing, ignoring the fact that even his lips were being colored bright red. Father likes these too. He must have ordered long ago, because he used to chew away at them on the mansion's terrace. Krause kinda hitting, yeah? Although it seems he stopped ever since you. Look here, Father. The person you respect even more than me. Enjoyed these all the time. Look, look. Don't be shy. Take some. No, no, stop it, dear! During travel, Krause had the innocence of a child. He didn't even conceal his jealousy of the respect Natsu he normally gave Ginso. Just being able to see that side of her husband's made traveling all the way to another country worthwhile. Krause urged her even harder to bite it. But Natsuki, undaunted, ran from place to place and finally yelled that he was being too pushy. Krause was miffed the whole bus ride. What a child, to let a little thing like this get him down. Natsuki thought exasperatedly. Then a native tour guide in the bus took out one of those areca nuts and started explaining about it. It had apparently been a beloved luxury item in these parts since ancient times, similar to tobacco. Just like in Natsuki's case. It was starting to be disliked by young people and was becoming obsolete. Furthermore, it was treated as a good luck charm in this area, and was known as a symbol for couples. She looked at her husband's face. He turned away abruptly, but it looked like his cheeks had gotten a little red. So, you then leaned on your husband and held his hand, did you? What the heck? You and your husband share a pretty pure love, don't you? Do you get all fired up? You know, like that night? red face and avoiding Bato's eye, Natsuki tried to hide her embarrassment by swallowing the petite whole, chewing with her cheeks puffed out like a blowfish. Bato said, "Yup, this is the best snack anyone could have with tea," and nodded several times, a broad smile on her face. Ryukishi Malaysia moment, where he went to Malaysia. However, that's only how it was when we were newlyweds. Right now, I cannot even leave Rokenjima. I'm a bird in a cage. Well, it's the same for me. I can keep dying, but I just can't escape Rokenjima. I'm also a bird in a cage. I don't know much about you, and I won't pry. However, I do see that you face circumstances not to be taken lightly. I have no desire to act like the chief prisoner here. Let's be friendly as fellow birds in this cage. I've taken a liking to you. Really? Thank you. The instructions and orders you gave the servants for this family conference were superb. You took everything from where Ginso would be and when. What he did, and what he left behind. And put it all together splendidly without any contradictions. That detailed written plan of yours had the same beauty as a high-level magic circle. To make it look like Ginso actually existed and was living life his own way, she had written his schedule for the day down to the finest detail and made the servants follow it to the letter. When did he meet whom and where? And what did he leave when then? When did he do what and where? And what changed? As a result, even though the relatives never saw Ginso even once, they hadn't suspected in the slightest that he hadn't been there. Eva and the rest truly believed that Ginso had just happened to be walking through the hall when he heard them talking about the inheritance and went into a rage. Everything had gone just as Natsuki's plan had predicted, down to the finest detail. And the cooperation by the servants had also worked smoothly, down to the finest detail. We had to stop the secret from getting out no matter the cost. That's why I double-checked the plan thoroughly. Your willpower and attention to detail summon success with certainty. As a witch, it seems that you're in Lady Lambda Delta's camp. At your current level, as soon as you become self-aware of that is magic, you will be worthy of calling yourself a witch apprentice. If you call something like that magic, then that would make Kumasawa the witch of feigned illnesses. It's only on busy days that she calls us to say she's taking the day off because of her bad back. Like every year's family conference, for example. Oh no, you got Kumasawa completely wrong there. She's a witch of a much, much higher level. If you knew what she really was, it'd shock you. What does she mean by that? Watching these two have their pleasant chat was another pair with steam rising from their black tea. However, this second pair was in a world that the first couldn't see, where golden roses bloomed. Ronald was kind enough to make us some of that thimble tea too. It felt as though Bato muttered something. For the first time, it felt as though something had gotten through to her. Surely,
She had taken an interest in the black tea and felt like drinking it. Thinking this, Battler took Bato's cup in her hands, making her hold the cup. Bato's eyes trembled sadly, and her fingers shook, almost as though she couldn't even move her fingers as she wanted to, and was mourning the fact that she could no longer enjoy the tea she had once loved by her own power. That's how she looked. So Battler put his hand on Bato's, grabbed hold of the teacup, and lifted it to her lips. Oh, it's Future. I love this track. Then, though it was only a single mouthful, Bato sipped. The days they had been locked in a killing fest with red swords and blue wedges. Already seemed like the distant past. Now, not only was Bato unable to do that, it was even difficult for her to make her body do as she pleased. Even just drinking a mouthful of black tea like this was hard. How is it? That rose aroma makes for a great black tea. Do you like it? Of course. Beato didn't respond. What happened to you? Is this another strategy? Are you pretending to be in the slumps so you can shock me later? If that's what you're after, the same trick won't work again. So give it a rest. I can't get fired up with you like this. Listen. Hey. Isn't it about time for you to start laughing loudly? Saying, "Caught you, dumbass," or something? Any kind of joke stuff being funny if you drag it out too much. Especially if it's a rehash. Leitmotif ass. Yup. Laugh. Just like you're cackling over there as you drink without Natsuhi. Can't you at least grin? Never again. This child will never laugh again. Those sudden words were exceedingly cruel. How can you say that for sure? Don't you try to take Bato's right to laugh away from her. Oh, should I say it in red then? I shook my head furiously. Then, with an expression that didn't reveal her thoughts in the slightest, Brinkestelle spoke while looking at Bato's face. And the word she used was completely incomprehensible to me. Congratulations. For what?
Battle is like this as a result of your victory. What are you talking about? You said something interesting in a previous game. You said this would be torture where you both torment each other. That was right. It's torture for Battle as well. And you won that torture game. That's why Battle's soul was killed. Also, why she became a doll-like corpse. Are you saying I did this to Battle? The battle ends when one of you loses the will to try and win. As far as the battle between you and Battle goes, that was already concluded in the previous game. Well, it probably happened without you noticing though. In that case, why hasn't the game ended? If I've already won. Why is this game still continuing? The shackle attached to that girl's ankle. It's a rule Lambda made. Even if Batoricha tries to yield or gets discouraged or gives up, she isn't capable of stepping down from the game. That's the rule. Or maybe it's a curse. In the past, I supported you when it looked like you were gonna give in. Though you probably couldn't perceive it. I assisted you by giving you hints and making things go your way. That's why you're able to be here now. Remember? Remember how I saved you? Merncastel stared at me. It's true I wasn't aware of it. Just maybe. I was saved by her. In the same way, Lambda is supporting Beato. And this time, Beato is on the verge of giving in. That's why Lambda's been giving her support this round, to keep her from giving in. That's what the shackle is. By refusing to let her resign, she's rescued Beato within the game. Rescued her from what? Normally, there are two ways. There are only two ways for this game to win. Either one side will accept defeat and resign, or one side will win the game with a check. Beato was about to collide with the first way. That's why Lambda crossed that chance and managed to just barely avoid losing. By the rules of this game, that's an impressive bit of support. So, the only way this game can end now is if I win. At the very least, until I do win, this witch called Lambda Delta can probably try to buy time for Beato to make a comeback. But I'll just prolong Beato's suffering even more. Neither of us want that. Both Beato and I fought with all we had, trying to win. The game repeated several times because we were both giving it everything we could muster. Then, that one time, we confronted each other head-on with all of our strength. And Beato acknowledged her loss. She said she wanted me to end this game, and entrusted everything to me. So, Merncastel's words are the truth. She said it's my fault Beato's become a living corpse. It's true. But it's something both of us wanted. Our match has already been resolved. Even so, the game won't end. That's why Beato put her trust in me. She told me to win quickly and end this game. Now that the game's been resolved, letting it continue any further means endless torture for Beato. Nothing more than a nightmare. I've gotta give her a perfect checkmate, end this game in the truest sense, and let her rest in peace. For that reason, I'll keep fighting. If I continue in the game, Beato's eternal torture will continue. It felt as though I could only let her sleep peacefully by slowly strangling her to death. I'm starting to feel like truth doesn't matter anymore. As long as Beato's satisfied. Who cares what happens in the game? Beato resigns. I'll abandon the truth of the illusion of the witch and return hope with my family. Is there anything wrong with that? If only Lambda Delta hadn't placed the curse of that shackle on her, this battle would be over already. That's why I found it detestable. This game, which I can't finish without tormenting Beato more, is detestable. What's this? Beato's starting to look like she's in pain every time you get closer to the truth, so you're suddenly going easy on her. Then go easy on her as much as you can. And why don't you just let Beato win while you're at it? Then your little sister can have a lonely, tragic future forced on her endlessly. Not how it is. That's right. I have to return for Anjay's sake as well. I know this isn't the time to start feeling compassion for Beato. In that case, make sure you kill her. Kill this witch without fail. Even though Beato was right there, Bernka still spoke without holding back. Your goal is to kill this woman. In the last game, you said it as Beato's request. You said, I'll kill you. Yeah, that may be true. That doesn't mean you get to complain about it. Did you know? When you tear one of your fingernails out, it's better to do it in one go. Pulling it out like you do, timidly, twisting and slow, hurts much, much more. What you're doing sounds much more like torture to me. If you have any compassion, kill her at once. That's how killing works. That's none of your business. I'm the one who gets to decide how to perform her last rites. You and that Lambda Delta witch have nothing to do with this. I'll kill her. I won't let anyone else do it. As long as you don't lose that willpower. I'm betting on you. Okay? Make sure you don't forget. Unless this game is resolved, you will never be released. You won't be allowed to abandon this game either. I get it. I know what Lambda is after. She wants to make you lose your will to fight just like Beato. To make you a pair of living dolls to keep this world in perpetual equilibrium. You don't want that, do you? I wouldn't like it either. Why should I give a damn about what you want? Still, I won't throw this game away. I won't abandon my responsibility to fight against Beato. I'm glad our goals are the same. So, you'll be able to kill this child without any hesitation, right? That's right. I have no way of knowing whether those words ease her pain or hurt her. But I can tell by the dull tingling in my chest that I surely believe I've hurt her. I have no way of knowing what the silent Beato feels. If I think I've hurt her, does that mean she's actually being hurt? And if I didn't think I'd hurt her, would that mean no one's getting hurt because of me?
So, about that battle who's drinking tea over there with Nasi. You can handle that, right? Yeah, no problem. It's the same as with Ginso. Beatrice doesn't exist. This is a fake illusion of a witch that Nazi created. Since she believes she was borrowing a witch's power when she thought up a brilliant plan to overcome hardship. It only looks like they're drinking together because Lambda Delta, who's the game master and the one telling you the story, interpreted it that way. If you could stare at the scene without a fragment of love for Natsuki, you wouldn't see an illusion like that. That's why, with my eyes, all I can see is Natsuki all alone, drinking her tea in silence. Without love, it cannot be seen. Because love is lacking, it cannot be seen. You're looking at a daydream Natsuki's showing us. Beatrice doesn't exist. Battle mumbled softly. It was a small voice that made it sound like she was in pain. The thorn on Bernkastel's should have stabbed into her chest. Yeah, that's probably true. I think your theory is right. Don't say that in front of Battle. It doesn't matter where I say it. This is Battle's world we're in. Also, it's not like I'm protecting Battle. But it's still possible Natsuki really is drinking tea with some unknown person X who calls himself Batorice. This scene takes place a year before everything. The number of people on this island on this day has never been shown with the red truth. Sure. Even Lambda hasn't said anything in red about the number of people in Rokkenjima on this day. In that case, it's possible for Natsuki to claim that she really did drink tea with a woman calling herself Beatrice. Just like I can't deny your theory, you can't deny mine. That means you can't say for sure whether the battle there is an illusion or not. Oh, is this catbox theory? That might have worked on Battle, but it won't work on me. Why not? After all, Natsuki's drinking tea all by herself right there. There was a violent sound of glass breaking, and the Battle who laughed happily and cracked jokes about Natsuki's newlywed years was erased. A lonely wind blew, and the one person who remained on the bench drinking tea with a tired expression was on Natsuki, all by herself. Battle groaned. I could see clearly that she was in anguish. Another illusion of the witch had been smashed, drawing Battle towards death. In short, this is what the battle to let Battle rest in peace is all about. A second ago, Brinka still likened our fight to the torture of tearing fingernails out. If I have to tear them out anyway, then my last bit of compassion towards Battle should be to minimize that pain. In other words, even if I want to minimize her pain, I still have to cause it. I have to accept the look of anguish on her face. And at the same time, I realized what a merciless thing the Red Truth was. Right now, in this rose garden, there is no one except on Natsuki. In other words, there are no observers except for on Natsuki. So, if that lone observer were to say that she'd had some tea with Beto, no one should be able to refute that.
If there's something no one can deny, doesn't that mean it's truth? And Natsuhi is enjoying the roses and drinking tea together with Bato. How could anyone have the right to mercilessly trample that pleasant moment? The red truth is like a blade. In a battle with a witch, it's a blade that sometimes tears your theories apart, but sometimes becomes a weapon you can fight back with. I know. So what? Don't use it without reason. A blade is a tool if you use it when you're supposed to, but it's a weapon if you use it out of malice. True enough, Anasi wasn't really drinking tea with a witch. However, saying that with the red truth probably has nothing to do with our game. Our game is the Tale of October 1986. The 2 days of the crying give us more than enough time to injure each other, with our red and blue blades glistening. This isn't about the illusion of the witch. It's about Natsuhi's privacy. How could anyone have the right to expose that? Do you want to acknowledge that a witch actually existed here and drank tea with Natsuhi? Weren't you trying to deny the existence of witches? That's right. If we're talking about our game, the 2-day period from October 4th to October 5th, 1986. But I have no desire to question whether or not witches exist outside that game board. In the first place, the devil's proof argument makes it impossible to deny the existence of witches. And, according to the rules of this game, saying something like what you did in red is a forbidden move that leads to a stalemate. Keep moving the goalposts! You can't deny the existence of witches, not even with the red truth. True. Another one for my true collection. I never thought I'd hear you talk so glibly about witches existing. Not bad, Lambda. You've done a good job getting Battler stuck between his human culprit theory and the idea that witches existing wouldn't be so bad. She really excels at controlling human hearts. Looks like I'd better start helping you out even more. I really couldn't care less about you two. Disappear. This game is between Beato and me. We're gonna keep this game to ourselves. No way. What? After all, I'm enjoying this game too. Frank Estelle disappeared, leaving only that unpleasant laugh behind. After that, all that remained was Natsuhi, sipping tea all alone. Beato, her hands still on the teacup as she stared blankly at the surface of the liquid, and me. Frank Estelle and Lambda Delta. Virgilia called them your friends, but you really should choose your friends more carefully. Or wait, maybe they actually make a good match with an ill-natured person like you. Beato didn't answer. Battler took Beato's hands, made her hold the cup again, and brought it to her lips. Beato made a quiet sound in her throat and drank another gulp. Then, Natsui's lonely tea time ended. That truth, which was Natsui's alone and observed by no one else, had been defiled. In Natsui's world, surely, that tea party, which had been peaceful despite her annoyance at Beato for making fun of her too much, came to an end, and the two of them parted ways. However, in Natsui's exposed truth, she was all alone. Natsui tottered away. On the bench, only a single person's cup remained. Oh? After dashing to her room, Jessica answered the phone call that had been transferred there. Ah, hello? Sorry to keep you waiting. Battler! What do you think you're doing not contacting us for 6 years? How's it going? Oh, really? How the hell did I know? Shut up. So that means you'll be coming to this year's family conference, right? I mean, it's been 6 whole years. She's so excited to see Battler. 5 businessmen in expensive suits were visiting in the parlor, giving Kraus and Nazi a progress report on their business. Spread out on the table were the blueprints and designs for a building, as well as documents related to expenditures and the like. So packed that even a teacup would have gotten in the way. Officially, they were here to give Kraus a progress report. But in actuality, Kraus had called them all the way over to Rokenjima, so that Nazi could hear from them directly. This was because Nazi needed to hear someone other than her husband explain what condition their business was in. In other words, even though another family conference without Kinso was approaching, their business had not yet earned them any money. After telling the guests to wait for a short while, Kraus took Natsuki out into the hall and once again summarized the situation. In short, they say the work is proceeding even better than we imagined. This is where my personal connection to the governor really starts to pay off. By now, it's absolutely impossible for this catch to get away from us. He's smoking the anti-blunt, yep. He's getting bluntly smoked, more like. To the contrary, it's growing so big that in one go, we'll be able to regain not just that power of attorney, but everything we've lost up until this point as well. Kraus spoke passionately. This made it seem all the more suspicious to Natsuki. But this time, at least, she had to admit that everything really did seem to be going well. Certainly, this business Kraus boasted of had expanded in scope over the last year, and was promising an even greater payoff than had been anticipated initially. Whether it would prove to be a winner or not, investors had gathered around it, and they were rapidly gaining funds. This must be what they mean when they say money summons money. It was probably the greatest success of Kraus' life so far. No, it probably would be his greatest success yet. That point was where Natsuki's misgivings lay. True, it was certain, and as Kraus had said, they wouldn't lose this catch now. However, the fish on the line had gotten too big. He'll definitely be able to reel this fish in.
There's no need to rush. It's such a success that I wish I could show it to Father if he were still alive. Yes, I know. However, I believe you made me a promise last year. You said you were sure you could manage something within a year. A pained look froze across his face. They certainly had hooked the fat fish that guaranteed great success. However, it would require an appropriate amount of time to reel it in. Natsuki pressed Kraus, asking if there was any way for them to make money before this year's family conference. But Kraus kept saying that he needed just one more year. Kraus planned to use this unprecedented success to catapult them into further challenges in the future. Because of this, he didn't want to do anything that would raise suspicions by making it seem like they were rushing to get money. Certainly, fortune tends to turn against people who take it for granted even in the slightest. Anxious beggars never prosper. On many occasions before now, Kraus had gotten cold feet and sold off businesses that would surely have brought in a profit had he just waited. And had, in effect, given away his winning picks. Natsuki also knew this. She knew that cuts were the thing her husband liked the most. That's why she wasn't able to refuse when Kraus said he wanted to prudently wait just one more year. How wonderful that things are going well. It would appear I'll have to sit around here as it goes for a little longer. You don't look so disappointed. You're fated to be chewed to bits by demons the moment you leave this world. My apologies, Father. For one more year, you might not be granted peace. It's fine. Fear not, Natsuhi. I am no longer the Ushinomiya family head. The ghost of the study should obediently follow the current head's commands. I have taken a look at Kraus's charts. They aren't bad at all. Even from your perspective, Father? They're pretty good even from my perspective. Everyone is confident in victory, gathering together a significant quantity of magical power. As a result, that victory is growing even deeper, involving more and more people in magic, beginning to create gold. A perfect embodiment of classic alchemy. Oh. If you earned even the Golden Witch's approval, that is very reassuring. Rejoice, Natsuhi. This business of crosses will save the Ushinomiya family from its crisis without fail. Thank you very much. And if you would once again... Indeed. We'll have to overcome one more family conference, won't we? Yes. I think things went well last year, but I imagine some of the relatives will find it suspicious. I think this year's conference will be a critical time. During last year's family conference, you were correct to predict that the same thing might have to happen again. Even for those who aren't witches, preparing for the worst case scenario is one of the basics for getting on in this world. So, what will you do this year? Just like last year, I will see to it that a high concentration of servants who know Father's secret are there on the day of the conference. Some of the relatives may have already noticed that Father isn't around. A careless show might actually put us in more danger of exposure. Indeed. It is said that too much is as bad as too little. Then what will you do? Unlike last year, I think we'll go with a plan that has you staying inside your study until the end.
That would be suitable. Barricades are straightforward and simple. A final trump card.
No matter how strongly the toxin fills this mansion, as long as the closed room barrier remains around this room, it will be impossible to deny Kinsu's existence. I guarantee that myself. However, when forming a barricade, it is inevitable that you will be surrounded. I know. Even so, I beg that both of you lend us your power just one more time.
I cannot disobey the orders of the new head. Furthermore, a ghost cannot disobey the orders of the living. If you tell me not to leave this room, I will obey.
Thank you very much.
I'm not satisfied. If you want me to lend you my power, I won't listen to a mere request.
Yes. You are the family alchemist, so I won't ask you to help. I order you to help. Your magic is the one thing we can rely on. Use that power to create an illusion of father just one more time.
Very well.
I hear and obey. I find your confidence quite pleasing.
From the shadows of the study, Battler watched the exchange between these three. I see. So we made it to this year's family conference. Grandfather was in a bad mood, so he shut himself in the study and didn't appear in front of anyone. Natsuki spoke boldly about how she would somehow overcome this year's crisis and protect Yoshinomiya family's honor until the end. While Kinso praised her, saying that her plan looked promising. Beato also praised her, saying that Natsuki's dignified confidence was even more well suited for the headship than Cross's. However, right now, the true number of people in this room was... The moment I thought... No, just because I thought it, Beato grabbed at her chest and moaned. Don't worry, this is still outside the game board, so I won't deny your grandfather over there. I put my hand on Beato's as she tried to hold back the pain deep inside her chest. I already told Bern Castell. The 2-day period of 1986 family conference is all I need to deny the illusion of the witch. In the last game, you said in red that grandfather is dead at the start time for all games. However, we never mentioned whether grandfather was alive or dead before the start time for the games. In short, even if grandfather exists in this place right now, that doesn't create any contradictions. My hand touching her let out a faint blue light, which seeped into her chest. That light tenderly wrapped itself around the splinters in Beato's chest. And I also can't deny the existence of the Beatorice in this place. The number of people on this island outside the game board, in other words, before October 4th, 1986, has not been proclaimed in red. Therefore, there's nothing strange about Beatorice existing here. Beato's expression softened lightly. My blue light slowly began to melt the red splinters that denied the illusion of the witch. Beato still wore the same sad expression, but she lifted her face and looked me straight in the eye. Though she was silent, her eyes told me that her pain had subsided. The feelings that showed in her eyes were gratitude for taking the pain away, and appreciation, or was it surprise, for leaving in a tiny bit of leeway for witches to exist. Unable to look directly at those pure eyes of hers, I reflexively averted my gaze. Don't get the wrong idea. I don't plan on accepting the existence of witches or surrendering. I just want to let that part slide and fight stoically, so that I can win this game against you. I have no desire to bully you outside the game board as well. Beato hung her head. I was still facing away from her. However, we waited wordlessly for a while, my hand still on hers. By now, no one would believe that this sad-eyed woman was the same person as that prideful Beato. So, I asked once more. Even though I said it aloud, it wasn't a question to her. I was asking myself, just what in the world were you thinking? That's right. Even though this is Lambda's game, I have to find you here. I have to find what you thought and what you were trying to do. Very soon, this game will also reach October 4th, 1986. The 5th game will finally begin. And this time, I'll reach the end. The end of that journey. I'm not worried about the surface level stuff like murders and tricks. What did you, the Golden Witch Beatrice, think? And why did you do what you did? What were you hoping for? That's what I'm gonna find out. That's right. I already know how I can reach the end of that journey. It's been made clear to me since the very beginning. This time, I'll spin the chessboard around. I'll read this tale not from my side, but from yours. And this time, I'll understand you. I'll pick my way to your hearts. I won't let you feel pain. Don't worry. I won't let those witches use you as a toy anymore. Matt looked up at me again and gave a small nod. That's right. The position of Game Master might have been snatched up by Lambda Delta. However, as long as I continue this contest with the intent of fighting against Beato, our fights will continue no matter who controls the game board. Very soon, the curtain will rise in our game. At this year's family conference, we must conceal the Master's secret once again. Yes, I understand. I'm a little doubtful that the same trick will work twice. Madam shares your concerns. Because of that, it was decided that this year, he will not leave the study even once. In other words, we'll make it seem like he's been shut away in his study the whole time? Yes. And the only ones allowed to enter the study are the three of us. The servants permitted to wear the one-wing deal. Which means the three of us will have to perpetuate the lie about the Master. Correct. The relatives will probably question you about the Master's health and mood. Make sure you answer without hesitation, and see to it that nothing is seen as suspicious. Yes, I understand. I'm sure you'll screw up right away, Nissan. Maybe it's better to say you have a cold or something so you can skip that day. That's mean. Ganon wasn't just making fun of her.
He only wanted to release Shannon from the burden of working on this most serious of days. Genji-sama, is it really necessary for Shannon to be on duty? We can manage things well enough without her. That I cannot do. Madame gave strict orders that the three of us be scheduled to work on that day. Yes, I am prepared to perform my duties successfully. Don't screw up. I won't. Shannon grew sullen, and Kanon shrugged. Then Genji told him that they weren't taking this seriously enough. Kanon, Master we serve has already passed away. However, until he has truly passed on, we will continue to serve. That study is not empty. Master is still there, hard at work on his usual research. Make sure you take that to heart. Yes, Genji-sama. Father has already passed away? That's insane. Settle down. It's only a possibility. It's well known that Takeda Shingen said in his will that his death was to be kept secret for 3 years. What about that? Is that how it went? My Japanese history isn't so great. At that time, Takeda was in the middle of a war with Oda and Tokugawa. If people learn about his death at a time like that, it would probably have had a bad impact on the war. So that, he left a will saying that his death should be kept hidden for 3 years. Hideyoshi did the same thing, right? He totally suppressed information about the death of his master, Oda Nobunaga, so that the enemy wouldn't find out. Fuki made peace with Mori, and defeated Akechi in the Battle of Yamasaki. On the other hand, Hiba Takatsuki failed at this. The enemy was Sugi. Learned of Nobuyuki's death, so Shibata had to deal with an unexpected counterattack and got slowed down. That's why, later on, he suffered a great loss against Hideyoshi in the fight for the succession. Hideyoshi, who had a strong fascination with the commanders of the Sengoku period, would always show off his knowledge when he got the chance. Wincing slightly, Eva made him get back to the point. So, basically, the whole time since last year's family conference, I felt as though something was strange. You mean the time when Rudolph and I were talking about the inheritance? My father overheard us from the hall? That's just it. Natsuki-san and the servants kept saying father was here and there and that he seemed to be in a bad mood. Not a single one of us relatives saw father, right? If what you're thinking is right, what does that mean? Does it mean Nissan's trying to keep all the inheritance for himself? Of course, hiding someone's death is a very dangerous thing to do. In all things considered, I'm not sure Krausen would be willing to do it just to have the inheritance to himself. But it is possible. Well, it's true that Nissan has always been greedy. He always used to take things that were meant for all of his siblings, even and all for himself. Krausen is supposed to be the richest of the siblings. Krausen's scheming to keep the inheritance all to himself to the point of accepting the risk of getting father's death. Sounds a tad unbelievable to me. Even so, last year's family conference was so strange I can't help but wonder. Eva and the others were painfully aware of how reckless it would be to try and see Kinso when he was in a bad mood. So, during last year's family conference, once they heard about Kinso getting into a terrible mood,
they never made an attempt to contact him. That was why, to this very day, they hadn't found it suspicious that Kinso had never appeared. It certainly is worth suspecting. Oh yeah, it's great. But I wonder if Nissan really would do something as appalling as hiding father's death. For all his pride, that man has a coward's side to him. Would he really make such a once-in-a-lifetime bet? Either way, it'd probably be a good idea to make sure we got a chance to meet with father during this year's conference. Like, they all suspected from the very start that Kinso was dead. But nobody dared to say anything until the 4th episode. Because what if you're wrong? The rumors are really bad. Sounds like Kaniki's business is failing even worse than we'd imagined. Like, he's taken massive losses and he's given it all he's got just to try and cover it all up. That'll make it very difficult to borrow money from him. Yeah, I could cry. Wouldn't being in financial stress also weaken Krausen's position in certain ways? Oh yeah, true. You can see it now. Definitely. Weaken his position. Especially, not only because of their desperation and their own circumstances, but you can see that they're all fucking... Like, most of them would just kill people. You've seen what they've done, how they were raised, and what their personalities are. It doesn't seem too far-fetched for any of them to kill somebody. Well, investors tend to have a keen eye. If they hear that he's actually low on funds, they won't want to have anything to do with him. I guess trust is the most important part of that business. Kiria smiled thinly. Riddle was taken aback by that smile. Oh, it's fishy aroma. We haven't heard this one in a while. He'd figured out his plan, which involved raising money to get him out of his current mess by borrowing from the affluent Kraus. Would all come to nothing now that they knew Kraus himself was in financial trouble. Confidence in Kraus' abilities might be a requirement for his own businesses in the future. But it isn't necessary for our future. Are you suggesting that I blackmail him? I wouldn't want to, if it were me. For one blood sibling to take another one down is no laughing matter. Rolf felt a shiver go up his spine at Kiria's cold smile. At times, Kiria was able to throw away all compassion and think in an extremely ruthless manner. It's almost like she was raised in a family of people who actually murdered people. We saw in episode 4. Whenever he saw that, Earl knew he'd never like to have her as his enemy. Oh yeah, I bet you wouldn't. Good thing you've never done anything to piss off Kiria. Right, Earl? Good thing you're always in the clear with her. I'd rather not threaten on Isan if we had any other way to get money. If there were another way, we wouldn't be worrying. Don't you think it's a bit pathetic to waste time worrying about a problem when you have no other options? Earl stopped talking, folded his arms, and lowered his gaze. He still felt some of the terror he'd experienced thanks to Krause's violence when they were young. Now, that same Krause was the one he needed to threaten. Rudolph will also be fighting against his childhood trauma. So, to give her husband a little push, Kiria smiled reassuringly. And perhaps coldly. I've never been a fan of doing work based on trust. It takes hard work to build up trust. Probably an instant to lose it. There's no less profitable investment. You're right. All the trust in the world isn't worth a good banknote. Even though Krausen has been talking on massive losses, you have to be capable of gathering enough money to buy it sometime. Of course, he'd probably be forced to cash in all the trust he's built up so far. This is gonna get ugly. You'll have to prepare sufficiently. We haven't given any time or room for failure. Isn't that right? Among my Kyoto friends, I know a few who are talented at this sort of investigation. I'd rather not be indebted to people like that. But do you want to try meeting them? You can't expect people like that to offer you receipts. But I'm sure they'll dig up something that makes them worth the investment. Yes, Maria is doing well too. That's none of your business. Thank you. Huh? Well, I'll have to look at my schedule. Here we go. Rosa was talking to Rudolph over the phone. Rosa rarely received calls from her older siblings, so she braced herself for something serious. Well, truth is, I want to have a little talk about the family conference without Aniki. Between you, me, and Devanesan? Sounds like a headache. I can't go into details over the phone, but I think you'll find it worth listening to. Something good? Of course. Aniki's all for it. Nesan is. All we want is your approval. We aren't gonna ask you for money or anything like that. The most important thing is that the three of us stick together. Got it? Rosa let out a sigh. She did so because in the past, when Rudolph and Eva got into a fight with Kraus, they always used to talk to her like this right before dragging her into it. First, tell me, I stand to gain something too, yes? Yup. The three of us will each grab 200 million out of this. If all goes well, we might be able to squeeze out more. That should be enough to handle your debt, right? And when can we expect to wrap this by? Of course, it'll be within a year. I need it. Aniki needs it. And you need it too, Rosa. All three of our problems will be settled. So, the chances of success are good enough that Nissan's agreed to it? Now, do you want to hear? I know it's a bit sudden, but let's meet next Sunday. 7 in the night, at the coffee shop like you like in Ginza. That's the only time Aniki's schedule and mine match. Any problems? If we're talking 200 million, I'll have no choice but to listen. Let's meet at 7 p.m. next Sunday at Leopold's. And Maria-chan, you can bring her too if you want. Don't talk about money in front of that child. She set the receiver down with a clunk. A little violently. Apparently, either Eva or Rudolph had gotten a hold of one of Krause's weak points. And we also got a little explanation here on how the siblings actually managed to get together. Because, they mentioned that usually they're always butting heads. So how did they decide to work together? Because Kirie dug up information on all the other siblings. So she knew that everybody was desperate for money. And that was enough to convince everybody to work together. Because in a more casual manner, they would probably never accept that they're lacking money. Apparently, either Eva or Rudolph had gotten a hold of one of Krause's weak points. They would probably threaten him with that at the next family conference and force him to pay up. Even before hearing the details, she knew full well that it would be nothing good. But even so, this might be her once-in-a-lifetime chance to pay back her large debts. Rosa took a notebook out of her handbag and started to mark the day she'd be meeting with Rudolph and Eva. Then she frowned and smacked herself hard in the forehead. Because written there was DZL with Maria. Something she had planned to do with her daughter. Maria was in her room, playing around excitedly with Sactaro and the others. That was because she was going to go to that recently built amusement park, Disneyland, the following Sunday. Looking at the clock, Rosa saw that it was just past 9 at night. Maria was breaking the lights out, Rule. After covering her face and agonizing for a while, Rosa stood up and stomped over to Maria's room. The room would probably be a mess as well. At least tonight, that was convenient. As she stood outside the door to Maria's room, listening to the happy laughter seeping through, Rosa's face twisted in anguish once again, and she looked at the floor. Then, when she raised her head again, her brow was furrowed, and her face had become an ugly expression of anger. And for once in his life, Ryukishi took pity on us, the poor readers. And glossed over that scene, and we're just gonna move on to the next scene. We know what happens. It's fine. The weather wasn't that great. According to the weekend forecast, a certain tropical cyclone would likely grow into a large typhoon. If unhappy premonitions tend to be right, this year's family conference will probably take place in absolutely horrible weather. No, I wish a typhoon large enough to stop all boat travel would seal Rock and Jima away forever. If that happens, I'd be able to hide Kinso's death as long as I wanted. If only the typhoon would keep them at bay forever. Natsuki let out a deep sigh. Just doing that made her headache throb. As the day of the family conference approached, the intensity of her headache just kept on increasing. At that time, the phone rang. Natsuki turned the TV off and picked up the receiver. Hello? I apologize for calling during your rest. It is Genji. Is something the matter? There is a phone call for you from the external line. However, they will not state their name. They aren't saying their name? Yes. The person in question said you would know when you spoke with them. What should be done? It might be a prank. What did they sound like? I believe it was a young man. Any idea who it might be? A young man? Natsuki didn't have a clue who that might be. In the first place, there was no one amongst her acquaintances who would do something as rude as refusing to state their name. And on top of that, a young man?
As a wife, she must avoid any contact that might be considered suspicious with anyone other than her husband, much less a young man. As soon as she thought this, the phone call suddenly seemed like something dirty. Despite that, she also wanted to know what they wanted to tell her. Could it be some kind of trouble related to Krause's business? Or if there was some particular reason they needed to talk to Krause's wife instead of Krause directly? No matter what it is, it's my duty as a wife to listen and report to Krause. If it's some bizarre threats, I just have to firmly refuse and inform Krause that I received such a phone call. If it's something offensive, I just have to tell Genji to never send me anonymous calls again. As Natsuki thought this, just as Genji was suggesting that he hung up on the man he thought, as though that's what she'd naturally choose, she told him to connect her to this person. She then set the receiver down. After a short while, the phone rang again. Hello? This wasn't the internal line. It was the external phone line, which Kenny had redirected to her. So it should already have been connected directly with this mysterious man. However, the person on the other end didn't respond. Not liking this at all, Natsuki spoke one more time, sounding displeased. Hello? Who is this? Tell me your name. She heard something that sounded like a sigh. She gulped reflexively. After remaining silent for a little longer, the man finally answered. It's been a long time, huh? That was the first time the man had spoken. Just how long has it been? How many years? What are you talking about? Who are you? The voice certainly did sound like a young man's. But it's hard to learn much about someone just by their voice over the phone. It sounded like a young man, but it might actually be a middle school age boy. Or a man in his prime who still had a youngish voice. No. Wait. It might be too soon to be sure this is even a male. However, one thing was certain. Natsuki could think of no one who would speak to her in an overly familiar manner like this. It'd be easy for me to tell you my name. But that would make me very sad. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? And what business do you have with me? If you can't tell me that, I'm not interested. I'm hanging up. What I want is for you to remember. And what is it that you're telling me to remember? I don't know you, so I have nothing to remember. Please do not say that. I am your child, am I not? What did you say? What are you talking about? Do not say things that will make me so sad. Mother. That unsettling word thrust itself mercilessly into the depths of Natsuki's heart and started churning it about. In her entire life, Natsuki had never been told something so unsettling. In her bewilderment, Natsuki felt her heart beat so loudly that it felt like it would explode. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm hanging up. I came back for revenge. Revenge for your crime of 19 years ago. 19 years ago. Okay, mark that down.
Nazi's mind went blank. And from beyond the wind howling outside the windows, she most certainly heard the roar of the sea from that day. So, you actually do remember, do you not? I told you I don't know what you're talking about. Never call here again. I have not forgotten how you treated me 19 years ago. To curse you, I still call you mother despite that. No, because of that. The family conference will be here very soon, right? I am your son, mother. I will come on the day of the conference, after 19 years, so that I can have my revenge on you. Breathing so hard her shoulders heaved, Natalie slammed the receiver down and hung up. Then she hit the phone violently, knocking the receiver off, so that no more calls would come through it. I hear the roar of the sea. That voice I hear from beyond the howling wind is certainly. Even if I cover my eyes, even if I cover my ears, the headache. Completely pale, Natalie kept shivering and still cold. Lambda, are you there? Yes, I'm here. I'm anywhere you want me to be, Burn. Then crawl into the cupboard under the kitchen floor. Or in a jar of rice bean paste, if you like. Oh, you're gonna dip me in bean paste and bite into me? But then I'd rather you dip me in honey. In return, I'll cook you in sugar water. Please make it sweet soy sauce with sweet sake. So what's up? You gonna make me repeat something? That's right. Is Natsuhi's phone conversation here real? Lambda Delta grinned unpleasantly, as though sizing Brink is still up. She was probably trying to tease Burn for making that demand. You refuse to repeat it? Well now. Should I refuse, or should I respond? As the game master, that's up to me to decide. And I get to make that decision anytime I want. Unless I state it in blue, you aren't obligated to respond. That's it! For now, you're stuck wondering about Nathalie's secret of 19 years ago, okay? Make sure you're sitting on the edge of your seat! Of course, this fishy telephone call happened before October 4th, 1986. This is still before the start time of the game. So there's basically no need to question whether it's true or false. Since you, the Game Master, went out of your way to show me this, I'll take it as a preparatory move for something else. It might be a trick, but I'll at least keep this move of yours in my memory. So, you'll leave without turning the card over. Coach, what? Direct attack. Suddenly, after suddenly being conked on the head, Lambda Delta was bewildered. But perhaps this incomprehensible exchange was funny to her, because she quickly went back to giggling. Are you done preparing the game board now? Yeah, that's right. Now I'll finally move on to the game.
Until October 4th, 1986. I wonder what number October 4th, 1986 this is. The Endless Witch, huh? Katoricha. She truly is a frightening child. Any moves from your side yet, Bryn? No. If you refuse to repeat why I asked, then I'm done. Turn and right. Untap, upkeep, drop. Come. October 4th, 1986. God, it's crazy how married these two are. Oh shit, magic reference. We made it, guys. We made it to the game. This rose garden really is a masterpiece. It's gotten even more awesome than it was 6 years ago. You're so lucky to have this as your yard. Are you kidding? For me, it just makes it a longer walk to the harbor. That's a real pain. Who's this guy? This is George. That's a pretty luxurious worry. Oh. Getting to say hi to the roses every morning must be awesome. You must get laid after saying hi to so many roses. Shame about Anjay, though. I hear her stomach gets upset easily, right? Apparently. It's probably her intestines that are weak. She's almost always got the runs. Oh. You shouldn't say something like that about a lady. Sorry about that. Yeah, I forgot. Nothing comes out of a girl's butt but marshmallows, right? Though Angie got sick, and the marshmallows turned into syrup. Okay, that's really way over the line. George and Jessica slammed a knee and fist right into either side of Battler's guts. Whack, smack, thud. The smack thud was probably the sound made when his knees hit the ground as he fell over. Normally, Battler possessed the good sense you'd expect of an 18-year-old man. However, it seemed that this reunion had brought him back to the mental age he'd been 6 years ago. And bit by bit, Jessica and George realized they were also returning to the weight they'd been back then. Natsuki gazed at this charming chat through an open window in the hall. Madam, Krasama is searching for you. I'll just go in a bit. It isn't even lunchtime yet, and I'm already tired. Just a few moments ago, the sparks had already started flying between them and Eva's group. The other had pounded on Kraus and Natsuki over and over to get Kinzo out of his study. Apparently, they hadn't been fully tricked at last year's family conference after all. There are no problems with father, right? Correct. Leave it to me. Shannon and Kanon are also fully prepared to handle today's arrangements. Kumasawa is a good liar, so I'm not worried about her. But I am a little concerned about Dr. Nanjo. I get the feeling he's bad at hiding things. Leave that to me. I intend to support Dr. Nanjo from nearby as much as possible. Relax, I'll handle it. It's even very close to the voice, isn't it? It's so reassuring to have you there. It truly does help a lot. Without your strength, we wouldn't be able to succeed. I am honored by your words. Don't worry. The closed room barrier on this study is perfect. As long as the barrier remains unbroken, no one will be able to expose Ginso's secrets. This is not meta, Beatrice, and you can tell because you don't see the framing they usually put when the meta scenes happen. We're still in the game. Yes, I understand. Still, you heard that conversation in the parlor just now, didn't you? Indeed. It seems that some considerable suspicions were aroused last year. The terrible toxin has accumulated and is being spread all around. It seems this year's conference really will be crucial. We might be able to overcome this year somehow, but there is such a thing as pushing our luck. It's probably best to assume that next year won't be manageable. With this much of the magic-resistant toxin filling up the place, it will probably be difficult to preserve the Lord Goldsmith's magic for yet another family conference. Who are you? Oh, no need to be so surprised. This man serves as my head furniture. What the hell? My tulpas are creating their own tulpas? You can't do that. Things are running out of control. Greetings, Madame Natsuhi. My name is Ronald. It is a pleasure to meet you. This man's reliable. He's also helping to protect the closed room barrier. Is that so? I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I thank you for your cooperation. Of course, madam. I will be aiding you from the magic world. Please rely on me. In that case, I guess I'll introduce myself next. Hi, Rishi. Long time no see. Ah, Gap. I'm glad to see you're here as well. Well, I only came to have some fun. If you need an extra hand, let me know. Nice to meet you, madam. This is the first time I've said hello, but I'm always right for anyone's side. Gap here is quite the prankster. Remember that headache medicine you dropped on the floor of your room and lost as you were getting dressed? Gap was the one behind that. Whenever you set something small down somewhere but can't find it later, it's always a good idea to suspect that it's on one of her pranks. Long ago, she used to tease me all the time. Is that so? In any event, this is the Ushiromiya mansion. As long as you are here, you will obey us. You understand, correct? Of course. We understand. Think of me as a Genji of the magic world, and give me orders whenever you wish. And I even know a guest is supposed to act. How a guest? I won't let the landlord lose face. You can count on Ronald and Gap. However, the magic world and the human world are two different sides of the same coin. Thank you for the fun. I understand. Of course, I will do all I can in the human world. Let's work together and protect Father's secret. Indeed. This happens every time. Looks like we won't get anywhere until the next day. Well, sure. October 4th is like a prep turn for me. If you don't feel like doing anything, why don't you just sit around until October 5th? I'll call you after the first 6 die.
Of course, that was an incredibly irritating way to put it. The fight won't start until the crime occurs. However, waiting for the crimes to start would mean turning a blind eye towards the murders of the first Twilights. In other words, it would be the same as being content with the fact that 6 people would die. Did you know? They say that in chess, the player who moves first is twice as likely to win. Although that can change as the tactics of the match progress. Don't they say that the second player has a much better chance at a draw? Even I know the phrase, the first to strike wins. So what are you trying to say? This is why you're so incompetent. Seriously. Are you listening, Battler? There do exist puzzles that can be solved even on October 4th. Know which one I mean? You don't mean... No, but... Well, watch and see, Battler. Battler the incompetent. I have a general idea what these witches are talking about. I tried solving it several times myself in the past, but I still haven't found anything resembling an answer. On the contrary, I still can't understand why that puzzle exists. That's right. The reason it exists. Why did Battle prepare a puzzle like this in the first place? We all discussed it together from time to time in past games. However, I've started to avoid thinking about it. Under the assumption that there's no point in trying to solve a riddle that can't be solved. This time, I should change my viewpoints. I shouldn't just focus on the surface level stuff, like the truth of the riddle or how to solve it. What's more important is why that riddle was set up in the first place and displayed for us to see. That's what I should be thinking about. And the one proposing that riddle is Bertorice. Even if I can't solve it, I should be able to try and figure out what Beato was thinking when she showed it to us. Okay, this time, I'm spinning the chessboard around. The witches kept calling me incompetent. Let them laugh. They aren't my enemies. I'm continuing our match, Battle. Oh, looks like it finally started raining. Damn. Wish the only downpour was the one inside my heart. The people in the parlor noticed the raindrops that were starting to drip down the window. Now we have nowhere to run until the family conference ends. The same thing goes for Nissan. I won't let them escape. You can be sure of that. The cards we're holding aren't bad. Nissan's just bluffing. I'll make certain he surrenders. Well, there's more to the deal than making your opponent lose. You got a better pitfall ready. Praise them a bit and convince them to stand on it of their own accord. Hideyoshi-san's right. We pressed them a bit too hard last time, Ebane-san. That's perfectly reasonable, considering it's Nissan we're dealing with. Looks like Rose has fallen asleep. She was complaining about how early she woke up this morning. Well, because there's nothing wrong with taking a nap. There's a chance we might be forced to spend all night on this. Getting a nap now is probably a smart idea. Out of consideration for Rosa, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, the others quietly left the parlor. Unaware of this, Rosa slept. After telling Maria to just stay where she was after that tantrum over not being able to find her roast. Rosa slept, unaware that the rain had started to fall. We know about this, yes. We remember. The rain poured down as though it had been saving up for this moment. Of course, Maria noticed that the rain had started falling and was soaking her to the bone. However, that just made her even more stubborn. Unable to find the poor, slightly unhealthy rose that she herself had marked. She just couldn't stand having that search be interrupted by something like the rain. The more the rain fell on Maria, the more stubborn she grew. As she wandered through the rose beds, and as she did, from behind Maria's back came a patter, the sound of approaching footsteps. Then, the footsteps landing in a puddle, making a small splashing sounds, and Maria finally heard it. However, even the slight distraction of that sound irritated her, and Maria ignored it. Hello? Maria turned around, bewildered. After all, that voice was one she didn't recognize at all. On the sealed-off Rokenjima, that voice belonged to no person she knew. Krausama, Madam, I was looking for you. Something important has come up. Kraus and Natsuki had been privately discussing what should be done next in the deserted corridor on the third floor. Genji had searched everywhere for them. I misunderstood that sentence. I was like, why are they discussing what should be done in the corridor? Oh, they were in the corridor discussing it. I see. What is it? It must be something more urgent than a few sheets getting soaked in rain. What is it? Has some sort of blunder been made? A short while ago, someone arrived at the mansion, claiming to have drifted here after an accident at sea. Oh! Okay. Kraus and Natsuki couldn't help but go wide-eyed and stare at each other. This was the first time they'd ever heard of someone coming to this island uninvited. Someone drifted here? Is that true? The poor thing. Treat this person politely, like a guest. What are they doing now? Dr. Nanjo is performing an examination. He hasn't finished yet, but from what I could tell by looking, the drifter seemed tired but uninjured. Thank goodness. Natsuki and I are having an important conversation right now. When it's over, we will go check on this person. Please tell this drifter that we want them to feel at home. Certainly. When Genji bowed deeply and started to leave, Natsuki called him to a stop. Genji stopped walking, and Natsuki jumped up to him. Genji, is this drifter a man? No. She is a young woman, about the same age as Milady. A woman? I see. Very well. Back to your work. The parlor of the mansion was bustling. The adults gathered, worrying about the health of this sudden guest. Well, if she was able to walk all the way to the rose garden by herself, her life probably isn't in danger. It always helps to be prepared. It's probably all thanks to life jackets. Without that, she might have drowned. What kind of girl was she? Older or younger than George or Jessica? She was younger than Jessica. She wore a life jacket and swimsuit. It looked like she was all tired out. If she washed up somewhere near the harbor, it must have been a rare bit of luck amid disaster. It would have been terrible if she landed on the opposite side of the island. Still, you have to feel sorry for her. With this weather, the boats won't be coming. I imagine she'll also be stuck on this island all day tomorrow. At that moment, the door clunked open and everyone looked in that direction. Would anyone like some tea? It was Goda and Canon, with the latter pushing a servant cart laden with a tea set. It's back! We haven't seen this guy in like 3 episodes. God understood well that doing a little extra at times like this would earn him points. The relatives, hungry for information, crowded around Goda. He ordered Kanon to serve the tea and became the sole object of the relatives' attention. Goda-san, how's that kid doing? Does it look like she's okay? Well, I don't know about that. But there's no need to worry. Dr. Nanjo is getting his full attention to taking care of her, and Kumasawa and Shannon are with him. Please, have no fears. Why not relax with some black tea for now? Come, Kanon-san. Quickly, quickly, serve it, serve it. Kanon knew this tea was just Goda's way of earning points. So he lined up the cup with a slightly sullen air. Oh, I'll help too. It's okay. You can just wait here, Maria-sama. Oh, I want to serve tea too. Didn't you talk with Dr. Nanjo? Did he say anything? Yes. When I met him a short while ago, he said that there weren't any serious external wounds. From what I could tell at a glance. And just as Oda had successfully captured the gates of all present, and was about to start talking knowledgeably on the subject, Nanjo returned. Of course, Nanjo instantly became the center of attention. Kanon turned his back on Goda, who seemed downhearted. Dr. Nanjo, how is her condition? Does it look like she'll be okay? Not to worry, everyone. She is fine. She had no injuries at all. She seems to be quite worn out, but there shouldn't be anything to worry about tonight. As long as she doesn't develop a fever. That's good to hear. We're lucky enough to have a doctor. This is no hospital. Everyone was relieved to hear that the girl was in good health. When Nanjo gave the more detailed result of his examination, concluding by saying that she was young and should therefore be fine, everyone who no longer fell under this description nodded in assent. Oh, boats really are scary. Fall, fall. Battler was right. Maria-chan, let's not tell Battler-kun about this. Oh, madam, Krausa. Koda, who had lost his nerve and was handing out cups, called out in an excessively loud voice. Apparently he was that desperate to get everyone's attention. How's the guest? Yes, sir. Her condition is not serious. I see. That's great.
Where is she now? I believe Kumasawa-san and Shannon-san were guiding her to the bath. They said they would get her some clothes afterwards. In that case, they'll probably arrive here soon. Everyone, this may be a day of the family conference, but we have a guest brought here by an unfortunate accident. She wasn't invited. I want you all to welcome her. Cross is like, fuck yeah. This is like the best, the luckiest thing that could have happened to me. Who could disagree with that? I'm all for it. Same here. Didn't Mom always tell us to be nice to girls? Maybe, but you didn't need to make that your life's motto. It's probably best that we call George and the rest over here, too. Let's all greet her together. But wouldn't that just make her more uncomfortable? Eva stood up and made a phone call to the guest house. At that moment, they heard the sound of a knock, followed by Genji's voice. It is Genji. The guest has arrived. At those words, everyone fell silent, and the people who had been sitting stood up straight. Genji came in first, opening the door slowly, then moved off to the side, bowing deeply and urging the guest forwards. The guest had Shannon and Kumasawa following by her side. And even after seeing the large number of relatives waiting for her in the parlor, she didn't seem overawed in the slightest. Just this single point showed that this girl possessed the dignity appropriate for a guest invited in by the Yoshinomiya family. This dork. No! Don't die, frame rates! Come back! You can't be doing that right now. Okay. Furudo-sama, allow me to introduce you. This is the representative of the Yoshinomiya family head, Yoshinomiya Kraus. Welcome to Rokkenshima. Though you arrived due to an accident, you are a guest of the family. We welcome you. Please, make yourself at home and relax however you please. Thank you very much. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm called Furudo Erika. Oh, and she's here. Check it out. Fell from the pleasure boat's eternal mate seconds, mid-cruise in the waters near Rokkenjima. On October 4th, 1986, she drifted to Rokkenjima, and the Yoshinomiya family welcomed her as a guest. She managed to drift to the island unharmed thanks to several miracles, including the fact that she was wearing a life jacket. Oh, it is. It sure is bad to spot on the roster. My deepest apologies for disturbing you members of the Yoshinomiya family like this. I am truly grateful for the warm welcome I've received despite my status as an uninvited guest. This was greeted by an impressed sigh arising equally from all corners of the room. The clothes she had been lent were probably Jessica's formal wear from long ago. But the composure of her introduction didn't shame those clothes in the slightest. The girl's name was Furudo Erika. She looked slightly younger than Battler and Jessica, but her composure and mannerisms were beyond what anyone would have expected from a high schooler.
Almost as though she was a well-to-do family's daughter. So I'm wondering, how many of you thought this character was not gonna be on this side of the BIOS? How many thought that Erika was gonna be on this side? Nope, she's on this side. She's with the family. Wait a sec. Who the heck is this? With an incompetent like you as the main character piece, the game wouldn't go anywhere. That's why I've placed myself there as a piece. Well, it's just a bit of a bonus. Even in a close circle, it'd get boring to see the same crew every single time, right? Quit messing around. This piece doesn't exist on Beato's game board. Beato and I won't acknowledge it. This is Beato's game board, right? If Beato refuses, then I'll consider it. What do you say, Beato? Beato was unable to answer. Lambda Delta grinned triumphantly. Wanna try complaining about the rules and stepping down from the game? Isn't that a favorite move of you mystery people? If there's even a tiny move that goes against your expectations, you throw a tantrum and totally stop thinking. Don't worry. I'll make a detective proclamation regarding this piece. A what? A detective proclamation? I proclaim that Furuloeri is the detective. And now I can tell you what the name of this track is. This track is called The Great Detective Knows. The detective isn't the culprit. No proof is needed to show this. In short, there is absolutely no need to suspect this girl. Even if she appears as a human piece from now on. You can build these theories the same as you always did. Get it? This is turning into a game of Mafia. That's not the 7th, right? It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Oh, another Nox rule, huh? You're getting a lot of Nox rules all of a sudden. There was an exception clause in the original. But for this game, the detective isn't a culprit has been proclaimed in red. So you don't need to consider the exception. I hate word games, so I'll say this in red too. Furuloerika is not the culprit. Repeat it. Furuloerika had no influence on any of Beato's games before now. Sure, no problem. Furuloerika had no influence on any of Beato's games before now. She's nothing more than an extra character who appears for the first time this round. She does not exist in the worlds before this one, nor does she influence them. She's literally made up. She's an OC. Byrne was sick of Battler's bullshit and made her own OC to solve the crime. So, what does that have to do with the number of people on this island right now? Of course, it's +1 from the previous number. But don't worry. Furuloerika only increases it by 1 person. Besides her, the number of people on this island is exactly the same as it was in the previous games. At that time, the sound of people dashing down a corridor could be heard. It was Battler, George, and Jessica, who had come from the guest house after being called here by Ella. Uh, oh yeah, Kisa's still here. Check it out. They patched in Kirigiri. Oh yeah. Let's call her that. I say. Not giggling in the corner. They immediately spotted a guest they didn't recognize and their eyes went wide. Also, here's a confirmation that she's not fake. Battler saw her with his own eyes. She's actually in the game. Whoa. Who are you? Oh. A guest. She came by falling. Huh? Fall? Genji-san. Who is this person? This is a guest. Furudo Erika-sama. Furudo-sama. This is the daughter of the family, Jessica-sama, along with her cousins, George-sama and Battler-sama. Nice to meet you. I'm Oshinomiya Jessica. Hello. My name is Furudo Erika. I am very pleased to meet you. Ah, why is it doing this right now? God damn it. My internet hates Erika. Okay, it's normal. It's gonna keep doing this for a while, isn't it? It's just gonna keep crashing over and over, I can tell. Well, not crashing, dropping frames. Oh. I'm gonna have to cut the stream and start over because I don't want to stop. I want to go for at least another hour. And I know it's gonna keep doing this now, so I might as well reset now. So I'll be right back. Hang on tight.